So I think we have reached quorum now. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. In the interest of time and given the fact that we have quorum, I propose that we will start the meeting. So thank you all for joining to start earlier today and for the patience in case we need to finish a bit later, but it was the best way to balance the additional hour amongst all time zones. So as you know, we have a comprehensive agenda. We aim to complete the sessions within the scheduled 4.5 or 5 hours to hopefully finish before 11:30 a.m. DC time. So just as yesterday, today we will not have any breaks. So thank you very much for your attention. I will now give the floor to our co-chair, Dauda Baji, to start with agenda item 5, streamlining the GEF project cycle, report from the working group on the streamlining process. So co-chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Good morning from Gambia. Good evening, good afternoon to all people in this forum. And it's a pleasure to welcome you today. So as this time is not of our time is against us, so I'll have to go back straight to the agenda item 5, which is streamlining the GEF project cycle report from the working group on the streamlining process. So on that note, I would like to call on Mr. Jonathan from the GEF Secretariat to introduce the document GEF/C68/05. So Mr. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce the report of the working group on streamlining the GEF project cycle. And first, I want to start by thanking, of course, the working group members for their support and engagement throughout this entire process. The streamlining is an important issue for the GEF. This is an important commitment in the GEF 8 replenishment resolution. And the work described in this report responds both to this and to the decisions by Council to push this agenda forward. It also addresses directly some of the comments we've heard at the various COPs and other international meetings in recent weeks about maximizing GEF efficiency and responsiveness to country needs, as mentioned by Carlos Manuel yesterday. So Council agreement to move this forward will respond directly to some of these comments and also extend the GEF's reform process and again, response to some of the things we heard in these meetings. The next slide, please, Ted. So critically, this report marks the result of a collaboration among a working group composed of GEF Secretariat staff and Council members from Brazil, France, India, Netherlands, Norway, and the United Kingdom. This fruitful exchange started in February and lasted throughout the year. At the start of GEF 8, we initiated efforts to strategically streamline actions aimed at achieving faster and higher quality project delivery. Progress under the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund served as a catalyst to think innovatively and incrementally establish a stronger foundation for a better project cycle. In collaboration with the Council, a pivotal decision was made in June of this year to accelerate the project preparation by increasing the cap for medium-sized projects to 5 million from the previous 2 million cap. So these efforts align with ongoing external reviews that have been assessing the GEF's effectiveness and efficiency, such as that arising out of the CBD and the Sustainable Finance Working Group, again, mentioned by the CEO in his opening remarks yesterday. So the next slide, please. As I mentioned, these were the members of the Council Working Group with whom we worked over the course of the year. There were also members of the GEF Secretariat, and at various points we had interactions with both agencies and OFPs through a number of different consultation means. Next slide, please, Ted. So the working group and the Secretariat have developed a set of streamlining actions aimed at making the project cycle shorter and making it more efficient. At the council meeting in June of this year, the council members emphasized the importance of gathering input from OFPs and from agencies, and so we did that. Insights from these consultations are annexed to the paper, and they're reflected in the proposed decision in the document. Streamlining needs to be done collaboratively. This is a partnership, and therefore it requires actions to be taken by the GEF Secretariat, by agencies, by OFPs, and also by Council through its policy approval authority. While not all actions fall under the Secretariat's responsibility, we are responsible for identifying what needs to be done, facilitating the implementation of that, and coordinating the responses and reporting on the progress. We are committed to report, therefore, on the progress of what we've been able to achieve by the end of the next calendar year. Next slide, please. So before presenting the actions identified by the working group, I just want to follow up on, again, the introductory remarks yesterday and the data that was presented in the annual monitoring report, as well as the scorecard, which I hope council members have seen, that has been distributed after yesterday's meeting. The time from concept submission to disbursement has been declining over the past decade. The first few projects in GEF 8 have reached disbursement in just 22 months, half the time required in GEF 6. This summarizes the relative time required in a full-size project's development. That is the time required for review by the GEF Secretariat, review and approval by Council, and the substantive project development by the agencies in the project concept and design process. The data indicates that the review time from the GEF Secretariat amounts to about 15% of the total time. So if the time for agency development of a project and collaboration with the country takes about 80% of the project development time, the question is then, what can we do as GEF to help speed up this process? What requirements, what processes can we reform or remove to make everything move faster? In GEF 8 so far, it takes, on average, just under 19 months to progress from PIF submission to CEO endorsement. So that's about 3.5 months from PIF submission to PIF approval, about 12 months from PIF approval to CEO endorsement submission, and then just over 3 months from CEO endorsement submission to the approval. As I mentioned, GEF 8 FSPs, that's the full-size projects, are performing better on average compared to GEF 7 and GEF 6. Comparing that to the first round of the GBFF, the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, it has only had one full cycle so far, but the time from deadline to receive the requests for concept until the time the projects were CEO endorsed was just under 6 months. So that's significantly shorter than what we've been experiencing in the main GEF project cycle. So this is why one of the things we're proposing is a move to a similar one-step approach across the GEF family of funds. Next slide, please. So please bear with me as I outline each of the proposed actions in the next few slides. There is quite a bit in this paper in terms of policy actions. In bilateral consultations over the past weeks, it's become evident that the detail is important, so it's worth spending a few minutes to explain what we have in the paper. So starting with what the Secretariat will do, the first set of actions are designed to accelerate preparation and approval while simplifying the templates and the reviews. Achieving these requires the GEF to evolve its project cycle. So one improvement, as I mentioned, is phasing out the two-step process for medium-sized projects, the smaller projects, in favor of a streamlined one-step cycle. So that will reduce the implementation timelines. Moving toward a one-step approach across all funds will further support this objective. And we expect to continue and to push this further throughout GEF 8 and up into GEF 9. Drawing on lessons from sister funds, we will refine GEF project templates to include only the essential information, And again, once per replenishment, the agencies are assessed against their adherence to GEF standards for environmental and social safeguards, for gender equality, stakeholder engagement, and fiduciary standards. So we therefore don't need to review each of these elements in detail for every GEF project that are subsequently proposed by the agencies. And then to round out this set of actions, we would introduce an expiry date for the letters of endorsement that are issued, signed by the OFPs in country. And we would publish service standards, that is the time taken at each step in the project cycle. So expiry dates for the letters of endorsement may not be that important for all countries. However, we have heard from many through our consultations that this would help incentivize all actors to move quickly, and that if there were delays, the country could then seek alternatives. Next slide, please. So the GEF Secretariat will also take steps to improve our IT system. This is the so-called portal to improve the experience for both agencies, OFPs, and Secretariat staff for that matter. We would introduce automatic alerts for approaching deadlines and pursue more significant enhancements, such as making the portal more user-friendly and developing a program progress monitoring report. Efficiency is also central to the proposed actions, particularly in translating the GEF risk appetite into a risk-based approach to project approval. Now that we have this useful risk appetite and framework, let's use it to help streamline where we can. So we would propose removing certain council circulation requirements, but in cases where the CEO already has delegated approval authority, and where the risks has been identified as moderate or low. And we would introduce greater flexibility for submitting the co-financing letters for projects with low or moderate context and execution risk ratings. It's important to note that this would only apply for those projects that were rated low or moderate for context or execution at the PIF stage. We also recognize that this is a significant change in the role of council, but it's proposed in the spirit of taking advantage of the fact, as I mentioned, that we now have a risk appetite and framework. One of the benefits is that we can use this to take a more streamlined approach. Next slide, please. And this is the last of the slides describing the Secretariat actions. Through the implementation of policies introduced in GEF 7, we've identified opportunities to simplify reporting while also improving the understanding, the partner's understanding of requirements. And looking closer at what we really mean by co-financing and how it is measured and managed, we think will help move projects faster through the cycle without interfering with the ability to report on total co-financing. We know this has been one of the issues of concern from many council members. We have already agreed to a management response to the recent IEO evaluation on co-financing, and we will continue to follow through on that. And as part of that, better differentiation would be useful between co-financing that's actually provided in cash to the project and managed by the executing entity as part of the overall project budget, as opposed to other co-financing that may be provided outside of this, that is in parallel. We spend a lot of time with agencies, and agencies spend a lot of time with countries and the co-financiers, trying to get this confirmation at the early stage in the project cycle, which in some cases, for instance, in the private sector, is actually not possible until after the project has been approved. So we don't see the point in holding up the project development and approval in these cases. Finally, clearer definitions of project budget costs and streamlined procedures for what is known as the dual execution, where an agency also provides some execution services. We think clarification is needed there. This refers to, so while this is precluded by policy, there are exceptions that are allowed. However, the criteria for these exceptions were never really established by council. So we lose time in the project cycle deliberating with the agencies and the countries over these exceptions. And clear criteria will therefore help level the playing field among the agencies. It will help strengthen the hands of the OFPs, and will make project preparation and reviews more efficient for all parties, for the countries, for the agencies, and for the GEF Secretariat. And finally, I want to emphasize that there will still be exceptions allowed to this policy. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have the working group had a number of touch points with the agencies, and we want the agencies to engage with OFPs throughout the project cycle, not just at the beginning when the project is approved. We would like to see active agency staff engagement. We heard through the surveys and interviews that often, if consultants aren't available, that delays project startup. There should be participation in the project preparation, communication of responsibilities, and supervision missions for hands-on oversight. To enable OFPs to engage, we're also working on that side of the coin to provide explicit financial support to OFPs. I'll touch on that in the next section. I see one of the interpreters has their hand up.
We'll reach out to them directly, Jonathan. So maybe you can continue and we will follow up on that.
Okay. I will try to go slowly. I think that might be the comment. So these actions aim to maximize the use of agency fees for project preparation and supervision, relying on the internal built capacity and comparative advantage of the agencies, as well as ensuring that the OFPs are involved in project preparation from the very beginning and during implementation. And we also obviously encourage greater use of local executing agencies. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. So now to the operational focal points. Members of the working group and the OFPs themselves identified important actions to enhance the engagement of OFPs in projects and portfolio oversight. These actions include further collaboration with agencies to contribute to project preparation, country portfolio development, and formulation. The use of a steering committee approach for in-country coordination would be encouraged. It's not necessary. It is the country's choice, obviously, as is the need to work with agencies on the various reports in the GEF project cycle. Engaging in oversight and other activities we recognize needs resources at the country level. So the GEF is putting in place this month contracts with partners to enable the transfer of amounts to each country in cash upon request from interested OFPs. And funding would also be used to provide regional training to OFPs on project oversight. And I understand we've just signed agreements with 2 regional institutions in Africa to help us distribute these funds there and help organize regional training events for OFPs. This work is planned to start, the agreements would be in place January, February of 2025, and we expect would be fully in place by the end of the fiscal year. Additional information on this and other support can be found in the implementation report for the country engagement strategy, which was submitted for information to this council meeting. Next slide, please. So how is this going to be implemented? Approval by council of this document outlining a set of streamlining actions, excuse me, will initiate an important implementation process. Early in 2025, the Secretariat would draft any required policy and guideline amendments to execute the decisions that we outline in this document. Consultation with OFPs and agencies on the actual draft texts would take place as required not only by the rules of procedure, but how we actually operate. I would also note that much of this work will be achieved through revisions to guidelines and other working level documents. That can be done relatively quickly and under the delegated approval of the GEF CEO. We have therefore come to Council with only a limited ask in terms of policy adjustments. There would be a new policy package prepared for GEF 9 that would become effective in 2026 and could go well beyond what is proposed here. Most of the actions would be effective by July 2025. And as I mentioned, we would track progress and report back with an information note to Council ahead of the final meeting in 2025. So with this, I would just like to once again thank the working group members from Brazil, India, France, Netherlands, Norway, and the United Kingdom for their engagement with us in this process. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
We hear you now and we see you now. Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Jonathan. And now I also would like to invite members of the members of the working group on the streamlining, at least to contribute any comments to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. So before I go to the list of speakers, just a quick reminder that to request the floor, please use the chat. This will help me to maintain the order of interventions, as it can be challenging to track raised hands in Zoom. Also, make sure to send a message to host and participants. Otherwise, while you will be able to see that you request the floor in the chat, but the rest of the participants and myself, we won't be able to see it. So apologize in advance if I miss someone, but I will call the participants in the order that I see in the chat, host and participants. So with your support, I will follow that list, and if I miss someone, let me know, and I will accommodate accordingly. So with that said, I will now give the floor to Ben. Floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, Naomi. I'm coming in really because the co-chair invited members of the working group to come in and make a comment if they chose to. So I'm coming in. I don't know if other members of the working group. I see Stephanie has got her hand up, so she might want to come in after me. So just to flag that to you, Naomi, just so you're aware of that in terms of the list. Firstly, just to say it was a pleasure to be one of the members of the working group. We joined the group because we were basically keen to see progress on the streamlining, and as Jonathan said, this was very much a key part of the GEF 8 replenishment package. And I think we've heard very clearly the need for GEF to improve access to finance, along with other funds as well, and do this partly through speeding up delivery of that finance. I think we've heard so far in this meeting that GEF is improving the speed of delivery, which is great for GEF 8, but clearly, and also flagged, more work is needed through efficiency and addressing bottlenecks. And that's basically what this group was set up to do. And I think that the recommendations in the report, and as Jonathan has has gone through in a very detailed way, so thank you for that, it's starting to address those. I think it's also worth saying that thanks very much to other members of the council who were part of that working group, and also particularly to GEF Secretariat for the detailed work and lots of work that went into this. I think it's also worth just flagging that there was lots of opportunities for us as the working group to take part in those discussions. We had lots of meetings, and also, we had an opportunity to have some meetings in the margins of the June Council as well. So I think, this has been a very thorough process, and I just want to make sure people recognise that. I think it's been a good process going forward. And I think, as Jonathan has flagged, this is obviously meaning a wide range of consultation with agencies and country OFPs. So basically, I think what's being presented is backed up by data and evidence gathered from that collection through those processes. I think that the report itself is presenting a good range of options for streamlining the system as a whole. And I think it's really a good demonstration that GEF is prepared to move forward and to listen to change the way it's working, which I think is great. And so I think basically, and let me finish off by saying, I think what we need to do now is to move forward and to put these changes into action and to demonstrate changes by the end of this GEF 8 period, which is what this report is basically about. I'll leave it there and maybe pass over to Stephanie, co-chair, if you allow that. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Okay, any contributor from the working group?
Yeah, we have France waiting in line, Dauda.
Okay, so France, the floor is yours. Stephanie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, ou Messieurs les Présidents. Je vais m'exprimer en français.
No problem.
Je laisse le temps à chacun de brancher la traduction. Et je vais aller lentement pour les traducteurs. Je voulais aussi remercier le secrétariat du GEF et tous les membres du groupe de travail du Conseil, mais aussi les points focaux et les agences pour le travail accompli. Le secrétariat du GEF a donc travaillé avec ce groupe du Conseil, avec plusieurs points focaux, avec les agences de mise en œuvre. L'objectif de ce travail est d'améliorer le cycle de projet du GEF, de l'instruction des projets jusqu'à leur mise en œuvre, pour répondre à l'attente de nombreux bénéficiaires, de simplifier et d'accélérer l'accès au financement du GEF. Nous soutenons l'objectif, nous soutenons la méthode de consultation, qui était donc très consultative. Nous soutenons les propositions qui sont faites. Le document présenté au Conseil apporte des propositions concrètes pour simplifier, pour rationaliser, pour accélérer le cycle de projet. Certaines actions sont immédiates, certaines actions repasseront pour décision du Conseil, d'autres actions nécessitent l'engagement des agences et des points focaux. Il faudra inciter les évolutions chez les agences et les points focaux. Mais l'ensemble permet d'avancer dès aujourd'hui. Et c'est ce qui est important, d'avoir déjà des avancées concrètes avant la fin de GEF 8. Et ensuite, d'autres évolutions pourront bien sûr être discutées pour GEF 9. En conclusion, la France soutient cette proposition et encore merci à tous.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and merci beaucoup. Can I give the floor to Anil for your contribution? Anil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And thanks, Jonathan, for all the hard work and the team also, the GEF team also, who has put a lot of the hard work in putting this report together, and also to my colleagues in the working group. I fully agree and support what Jonathan and Ben was talking about. I think moving ahead, what we should move towards, at least by the time we start the GEF 9 cycle, should be that both for GBF and GEF, the processes should be harmonized so that there is no confusion that one has a 12 or 18 months period and the other one has a 6 months period. I think we should harmonize that so that they can move faster. Then it also becomes easy for the IT team also in setting up. Then you can have a sort of a common system across the board. And just that you'll have two different portals, one for GBF and one for GEF. And it also simplifies the procedure, even your alert systems, everything. And it'll make Secretariat's life also a little bit easier as we move forward. So that will be my one request, which I'll request all our council members also to other council members also to support as we move forward. And we complete the pilots and come back to you with the recommendations for the GEF 9 cycle. Thank you very much, everybody, again. And thank you. Special thanks to Jonathan and his team also, and my fellow members. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Anil. And I don't see any hand. I can hand over. We can go to the next agenda where we invite the council members for their contribution, but that will also be coordinated by the General Secretary. So Naomi, the floor is yours to coordinate that process. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. So going back to the chat, I see EBRD requesting the floor. So EBRD, Alexis, you have the floor.
Thank you. My statement today to Council is made on behalf of all the 18 GEF agencies. The GEF agencies welcome this report from the working group on the streamlining process and appreciate the Secretariat's work to steer this process forward. We think this is a step in the right direction. As the implementing partners of the GEF agencies would like to emphasize our collective wealth of experience and applied knowledge which we bring to the development and amendment of GEF policies and procedures. We therefore propose the following amendment to point 2 in the Council decision, GEF/C.68/05, to emphasize the spirit of collaboration. I quote, request the Secretariat to draft the required policy amendments in close collaboration with agencies, circulate to OFPs, and present to Council for any required decisions intersessional. End of quote. As we embark on the GEF's 9th replenishment, we also look forward to collaborating with the Secretariat in establishing measures that will enable the GEF partnership to program its resources in the most impactful manner, allow for the creation of synergies with other vertical climate and environmental funds, avoid competition, and encourage collaboration between GEF agencies for the benefit of the countries by taking advantage of our individual comparative advantages. We look forward to working collaboratively, early, and in a fully transparent manner with the GEF Secretariat on these important updates. Thank you very much, and for ease of reference, I'm happy to post the proposed changes in the chat.
Thank you very much, Alexis and agencies. I will now give the floor to Richard. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. And thank you also, Jonathan, for the presentation, and the Secretariat and the working group for their extensive work done over the past year in developing these recommendations. We have heard very loudly through meetings of the international conventions that GEF, along with other multilateral funds, need to do more to improve access to funding and ease pressures on capacity constraints. We welcome and support the recommendation and encourage their swift implementation, noting the importance of securing access to funding for those most in need, SIDS and LDCs in particular. I see this as an important starting point. In addition to capacity to support the SIDS and LDCs to ensure requirements fulfilled for project preparation and implementation. I especially note the application of and appreciate the application of the risk appetite to the administration of the GEF. I think this is something that's been mentioned in council meeting many times, and seeing that happening in real life, well, virtually, it's something we very much appreciate. Also, I want to highlight the continued monitoring and results and refinements where appropriate will be important, and I note the implementation schedule that was outlined by Jonathan. One thing I seek to understand is how we maintain transparency to the board and other interested stakeholders for medium-sized projects when they're going to CO approval. I think it's really important as a principle that we simultaneously improve efficiency without compromising transparency of the GEF operations, and that's something that wasn't clear to me in the note. I would also propose that we agree a review point for further refinement of streamlining of the options. I know it's intended that there'll be further streamlining through GEF 9, but it'll be good to plan for that, and maybe one approach could be, as a suggestion, when the report on the implementation progress is presented to Council at the second meeting in 2025, that includes also a checkpoint on how effectively the reforms are being implemented and whether or not there should be some fine tuning to the implementation of those and potential next steps. And lastly, I want to highlight that it would be really useful and consideration be given to how these reforms are published and promulgated broadly, given some of the criticisms that we have heard about the GEF through those multilateral negotiations. And in particular, the criticism the GEF is slow and inefficient. Perhaps a simple information note on the GEF website could be shared. News and engagements might be appropriate, but I wanted to leave it open to the Secretary to think about the best way of getting that information out there to demonstrate that the progress that is being made by the GEF to address the concerns that have been articulated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'll now give the floor to Tsuyoshi representing Japan. Tsuyoshi-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Tokyo. First of all, I'd like to say thank the working group member for the discussion and consideration for making the proposal of the concrete action. And also we basically support the direction and the proposal. At the same time, I'd like to make this overall comment and also the details, the point comment. Regarding the proposed actions, each of proposed actions will lead to some form of efficiency improvement. But at the same time, as mentioned in the paper, it involves certain trade-offs. Therefore, in deciding whether they actually implement these reform proposals, it should be confirmed whether sufficient mitigation measures have been taken or will be taken to address the trade-off. In addition, both points to be improved and the trade-off point are often described qualitatively in this paper, and it seems to be difficult to verify the magnitude of impact, I think. For this reason, I think that it's better to see some numerical values or other quantitative data presented for items for which the effect can be quantified. So now I'd like to the other one point. We are concerned that administrative confusion may occur when the large number of actions are all put into action at the same time. I think. We also believe that the administrative cost incurred will vary depending on the action, such as those that can be implemented immediately and those that require detailed study for implementation. Under these circumstances, for a smooth transition, the implementation, I think the implementation should be divided into some multiple phases and implemented in phasing. So now I'd like to make this three specific comment for each specific actions. Firstly, regarding the revision of policies and guidelines, maybe as I have said at the previous council meetings, the risks associated with streamlining, such as the impact on governance aspect and the project quality, should be carefully considered. For example, in project screening, ensuring dialogue with stakeholders, such as recipient countries and local communities, should be taken, and compliance with environmental and social safeguards should be ensured. Secondly, regarding the GEF portal, while we welcome the GEF portal enhancement, and also we also believe that it is important to conduct cost estimation or the cost effectiveness. Finally, regarding the update to the co-financing policy, we hope that the policy will be revised to promote the private capital mobilization. If there are any bottlenecks in the current policy, it should be resolved to create an environment to facilitate co-financing with the GEF for the private sector. I will stop here. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Jyoti-Chan. I will now give the floor to the CSO network. Faisal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Naomi. The GEF CSO network welcomes the report and the proposed streamlining actions to expedite the design and approval of GEF projects and hope it helps to ensure timely disbursement of GEF resources to enable early action. We are, however, concerned that the inadvertent impact of some of the streamlining measures may be to significantly reduce the opportunity for civil society and other stakeholders to be engaged in the conceptualization and formulation of GEF projects and programs. We reiterate the comments just raised by Japan that we need to ensure that there will be effective dialogue and engagement of stakeholders and meeting safeguard requirements. So the proposal to drop the preparation of PIFs for medium-sized projects and expedite approvals may mean that the development of MSPs, which according to earlier GEF projections may in future become the majority of GEF projects, is not notified to civil society and other stakeholders until after the project secures final approval. This could lead to potential exclusion of key civil society stakeholders from the project formulation process. This would go against the targeted whole of society approach already agreed as a priority for the coming period. Maybe some sort of online posting of a simple 1 or 2 page summary at the start of the medium-sized project development process could assist with this. Secondly, we are concerned about the proposal to simplify templates and streamline reviews by removing stakeholder engagement and environmental and social safeguards from the PIF format. This would leave it entirely to the GEF agencies to be the sole determiner of the adequacy of stakeholder engagement and safeguards in GEF projects. This could also undermine the whole of society approach and lead to significant differences in levels of stakeholder engagement across the GEF portfolio. Can GEF Secretariat respond to this concern? Thirdly, we would like to clarify if the proposal to require GEF small grant projects to submit the rather complex annual GEF PIR report, does this only apply to the full-size projects channeling the small grants funding, or to every individual small community grant? If the latter, that is too complex and bureaucratic. Fourthly, we are happy to see the proposed revision to the GEF co-financing policy to give more flexibility in determining co-financing levels for CSO executed projects. High co-financing targets and requirements for co-funding letters have long been a barrier for CSO execution. CSOs are generally effective in leveraging parallel co-finance from multiple stakeholders during implementation, and we hope that this should be addressed by the proposed guidelines for parallel finance. Overall, we request that if the streamlining measures are adopted, we ask for establishment of additional transparency and review mechanism to ensure that we do achieve our agreed priority for whole of society approach and ensure application of safeguards. How can the GEF put in measures to facilitate this or to ensure this? The GEF CSO network requests to be involved in further discussions on how to avoid unintended consequences of the streamlining measures. Finally, we would like to suggest that if more information is taken offline and there's less opportunity for civil society and other stakeholders to understand the GEF pipeline, that some other mechanism such as summary information being put on the GEF website, access to other stakeholders to information in the portal, or other mechanism is put in place to ensure that there is transparency and opportunity so that we can ensure a whole of society approach in the GEF portfolio development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Gongcha. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to appreciate the work done by the working group members and secretariat and also agencies. Overall, we support the streamlining the GEF project cycle and the recommendations proposed by the secretariat. We expect this work could help to improve the allocation and operational efficiency of the GEF funding. Also, we encourage the secretariat strengthen communication with the GEF agencies and recipient countries during this process, fully assess the impact of these policy changes and update the Council in a timely manner so as to prevent any unintended impacts on GEF operations due to this streamlining process. Having said that, I'd like to make five points. First, considering that a steering committee has already been established in the project implementation process, we request that the GEF clarify whether a steering committee needs to be set up for GEF planning at a national level. If it is necessary, we suggest the GEF adopt the voluntary-based approach among countries. Second, the co-financing commitment letter is a requirement for GEF projects to leverage and mobilize domestic resources. If this letter is submitted after the CEO endorsement, it will be very hard to supervise and ensure the co-financing is fully in place. Therefore, we consider that the co-financing commitment letter should be submitted preferably before the PIF is submitted to the Council for approval, or at least before the CEO endorsement. Thirdly, we agree in principle to phase out the two-step approval process for all MSPs up to $5 million. We request the GEF to further expedite the time from the MSP's approval to implementation to ensure that the projects can be advanced without delay and achieve results as soon as possible. Fourthly, the GEF agencies should streamline their internal process and accelerate project preparation. That is the key. Fifth, we fully recognize the efforts of GEF on portal enhancement, such as enable automatic notifications, alerting parties to key deadlines, and allow OFPs direct endorsement in portal. To follow up, it is necessary for GEF to strengthen capacity building and training to ensure OFPs can access and use the portal efficiently. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gongsha. I will now go back to Jonathan so he can respond to these comments and questions. Jonathan, back to you.
Great. Thanks, Naomi. Thanks to all the council members for those constructive comments. I would like to start with the intervention from the agencies. Thank you to EBRD for passing that on. And I just wanted to note that in accordance with the rules of procedure and the way we have done this in the past, we do consult and collaborate with the agencies on the drafting of guideline and policy amendments. And so when we did this the last time to the project and program cycle guidelines, there was a good constructive interaction with agencies, and we would expect that the same thing would happen as we go forward with this package. So that is in fact what is envisioned in the text of the current decision. To Australia, in terms of ensuring that we have transparency in approval of MSPs, this is something that we have thought about, and it would still be the information would still be circulated for information. This is the information on the MSP approvals, so that would still be in the public domain. We will, in terms of potential options for improvements as we roll this out over the next year, We will also have the development of a policy package for GEF 9 that we will start working on. So there will be some emerging options for us that we can include in the information note that will come to Council on the implementation of these measures. Also, very much hear your comment on the need for strong communications on the project cycle, how we demonstrate how things are getting better. To Japan's comments on the trade-offs, indeed, we have looked at what the trade-offs would be, particularly in the context of the new risk framework. Measuring the magnitude of the impact is frankly difficult in advance. For instance, on the co-financing letters, we hear that there are delays in securing the signatures, but it's very difficult for us to figure out exactly what that is. The one we are certain about is the requirement for the 4-week circulation to Council. So if that isn't required, then there's a 4-week saving there. We will be able to measure this after the fact, as I've showed in one of the slides in the presentation. And it's one of the things that the portal does allow us to do now, is measure how much time is taken at each step in the project cycle. And frankly, we did not have this data in previous GEF cycles. So this is an improvement. And to the request that we implement this in phases, this is indeed what we have in mind, especially in the move to one step, as this has implications for templates, for negotiations that agencies are currently making with countries. So it would be something that is phased. And we take very seriously the screening for environmental and social safeguards, and this would still exist. And we'll clarify that indeed this stays as part of the not only the agency minimum standards requirements, but at the project level, we will continue with environmental and social. This, what we describe in the paper, refers more to how we will do this internally, in terms of making sure we have tools available to program managers so that they can make a screening themselves. But we'll also continue that quality assurance function internally. Faisal, to your comments on unintended consequences, we aren't proposing any change to requirements for stakeholder engagement. So the stakeholder engagement policy is in place, and we're not proposing anything there. The requirements for engagement with stakeholders remain, even if the projects are approved in a one-step modality. So all of the preparation, implementation, engagement requirements are still there. We're not proposing removing those from the templates either. So these project cycle standards all are maintained in the streamlined approach, and this is what we have used in the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund one-step approach. So that experience we think has been positive in terms of maintaining that need for upstream engagement. Finally, on the question from China, thank you for those. On the co-financing, we will still require the signed co-financing letters for what would be the actual co-financing that's provided under the project budget. So this is normally termed as the joint co-financing that goes into the project budget, that is then used in part to help pay for the project management costs. So those signed letters, commitments would still be required before approval. What we're just looking at is the parallel co-financing that may not be, it may not be possible to confirm that at the time of project approval, but it would still be required to be reported during the regular reporting on on actual materialized co-financing. I think that covers the first round. So let me stop there and back to you, Co-Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So we will now continue with the list of speakers, starting with Maher, representing Afghanistan, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Pakistan, Syria, and Yemen. Maher, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Naomi. I would like to thank Jonathan for the great presentation. And I also would like to thank our fellows at the working group. It's really an extensive work that they have been doing and providing in this document. On behalf of my constituency, I would like to welcome the recommendations for streamlining the processes of the GEF. We also welcome the empowering, I would say, for the OFP roles in the cycle. That is much noticeable by endorsing those expiration date for the endorsement letter. This is very much appreciated. I would also here just propose to for those endorsement letters to be copied or share a copy of those endorsement letters by the GEF Secretariat so that we can start counting the 4 months. This is one, and also give the GEF Secretariat a sense of what to expect from the agency or from the countries, and also give an indicative of the allocations of the STAR allocations where those OFPs have been allocating their STAR at least allocations. That will give a snapshot for the GEF Secretariat to know where do we stand in each country. And that's being said, and also we welcome the enhancement that proposed for the GEF portal. I believe this is important. And until that has been linked, probably maybe the enhancement would also include issuing those endorsement letters by the GEF portal, which will be very much easier for tracing and tracking by the GEF Secretariat, as well as the agencies and the OFPs as well. Last but not least, we welcome also the proposal of reduce the dependency on for the agencies to hire external experts, because we believe that would reduce the ownership of the agencies, the implementing agencies, on implementing these projects by having these external and third parties experts. We know that some of the agencies that have they run a different model of business, but yet we still see that this is very much important, and it's at most important to have the experts in-house from the agencies. I'll stop here and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maher. I'll now give the floor to Martin. The floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias, Noemí. En primer lugar, agradecerles a la Secretaría y al grupo de trabajo por la labor realizada hasta el momento, y a Jonathan por su excelente presentación. A ver, si bien hay medidas y propuestas que consideramos muy valiosas, como el proceso de aprobación en un solo paso, los nuevos formularios de identificación de proyectos, la revisión simplificada y las mejoras de acceso e información del portal del GEF, lo cierto es que hay muchas propuestas de la tabla 1 que generan confusión o son de difícil entendimiento. La semana pasada tuvimos reunión de coordinación y los puntos focales operativos y los expertos de mi región, que hace mucho trabajan con el GEF y con proyectos del GEF, tuvieron ciertas complicaciones para entender algunas de las propuestas. Por ello, y sumado a que muchas de las propuestas van a derivar en cambios y enmiendas en las políticas del GEF, es decir, en documentos fundamentales relacionados con las operaciones del GEF, consideramos que será importante que las deliberaciones y las decisiones se tomen en el marco de sesiones formales del Consejo y no de manera intercesional como se propone actualmente en la decisión que tenemos bajo análisis. Es por ello que la circunscripción que represento no está del todo conforme con el proyecto de decisión tal como ha sido planteado. Creemos que estamos por el camino correcto, seguro, pero debido al impacto de las modificaciones que se proponen, nos parece que no debería adoptarse sin la debida discusión entre los miembros del Consejo. Y por eso nos gustaría sugerir una modificación en el proyecto de decisión de manera tal que la decisión final se tome en el Consejo de junio del año que viene y no de manera intercesional. Tenemos una propuesta conjunta con la circunscripción de Colombia, Ecuador y Brasil, que si no me equivoco presentará Sofía para consideración. Dicho esto, de manera general, en aras del tiempo, enviaremos muchos de los comentarios que tenemos por escrito y acá quiero hacer mención a algunas de las cosas que nos resultan poco claras. No se entiende la lógica de la propuesta de los 4 meses como un mecanismo que aceleraría la presentación de los PIF por parte de las agencias. Creemos que este mecanismo no cumple con el objetivo declarado. No hay claridad respecto a los conceptos de cofinanciamiento unificado y paralelo, sobre la importancia de aclarar las condiciones que desencadenan enmiendas mayores y menores en los proyectos. Resulta fundamental definir con precisión qué significa un cambio significativo y asegurar la participación del Estado, no solo de las agencias y del secretariado del GEF. Por otro lado, creemos que todo tipo de revisión a los proyectos por parte del GEF debe hacerse en resguardo del country ownership, asegurando que los países mantengan un rol activo en la planificación de los proyectos. En relación con la iniciativa de incluir la participación de los puntos focales en las misiones de preparación de proyectos y actividades relacionadas, estamos totalmente de acuerdo con que los puntos focales operativos deben estar capacitados para cooperar y trabajar en conjunto con los consultores externos. Creemos que fortalecer la capacidad de los puntos focales en este sentido es importante y debiera conformar las estrategias del GEF a futuro. Apoyamos la existencia de evaluaciones anuales formales de supervisión a los proyectos con la participación conjunta de las agencias implementadoras y los puntos focales operativos. Además, consideramos que es fundamental que los costos de seguimiento y monitoreo para que los puntos focales operativos participen en estos procesos estén contemplados en el presupuesto del proyecto. Creemos que es una buena medida la solicitud de revisión y comentarios por parte de los puntos focales operativos de los informes de progreso de los proyectos, las evaluaciones de medio término y evaluaciones finales antes de su finalización y presentación. Creemos que es una excelente manera de involucrar a los países en la supervisión y gestión adaptativa de los proyectos. Y por último, respecto del fomento del uso del enfoque del comité directivo para la coordinación y planificación de las inversiones del GEF a nivel nacional, insistimos que para nosotros, si bien puede ser una medida positiva, es una prerrogativa de los estados el trabajar con o sin comité. Como mencioné, enviaremos más comentarios por escrito, pero como vieron, tienen que ver con fortalecer el rol de los puntos focales operativos y la apropiación de los proyectos por parte de los países. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martín. We will now continue with Gabriela. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. Apologies if you have any background noise. I'm at a conference. Well, first, we would like to appreciate the great efforts that has gone into further streamlining the GEF project cycle and increasing its efficiency and effectiveness. We appreciate the work of the working group as well as the Secretariat, and the suggested measures are quite far-reaching and cover a very broad set of policies and guidelines of the GEF. Some of the reactions in my constituency were also covered now, I think, by comments that we heard also from Martin. There is it's quite a heterogeneous mix of policy amendments and suggestions, as well as very concrete operational changes to the templates and the GEF portal. And we believe not all amendments can follow the same procedures because of that, as suggested in Chapter 3 of the document. We would therefore favor if the GEFSEC could maybe reissue the document and either add an additional column to the table indicating when and in which format the suggested change is brought forward, or maybe also building a bridge to what we heard from Martin right now. I understand a lot of the policy changes that you suggest are actually to be agreed on guidelines level, so in the prerogative of the CO, whereas some things need to be captured in the context of policies, and suggested in the Chapter 3 is currently that those will be done intersessionally in writing, and maybe the policy changes could just be tabled again in June. And so we take a principal decision that we want to take these things forward, and then they can be concretely formulated in the context of the policies, and then the GEF Council can again debate on them and approve them or disagree with them in June. But the Secretariat can go ahead and work on these policy changes, and the guidelines and changes to the portal, etc., can move ahead, since we really want to improve the project cycle and really support this kind of work moving forward. Some of the changes that my constituency is quite sensitive to is, for example, the suggested amendment to the policy, and in particular the criteria under which agencies can fulfill the dual execution implementation role. Jonathan was referring to that. There is an exclusion as possible, and those criteria are quite sensitive to my group. And then there was also a mentioning of the one-step approval process for the entire GEF, LDCF, and SCCF portfolio. We think this will need some further discussion based on the evidence and lessons learned from the one-step approval process in the GBFF. And we don't agree that the experience from the GBFF as it stands now, as presented by Jonathan, can be taken one-on-one compared to the GEF portfolio, because the experience we have is quite limited, and the countries that have accessed the GBFF so far are not fully representative of the countries that are accessing the overall GEF portfolio. There weren't any highly vulnerable states included LDCs. It's countries in my constituency who are quite different in the setup to high capacity countries with very good functioning circumstances, high capacity in Latin America, that some were accessing the GBFF are probably not quite comparable to our geography. So this needs to be taken into account. And yeah, with that, we have suggestion to either edit the decision or listen from the GEFSEC if you're planning to reissue the document, but to reflect this somehow. We're also supportive of the suggestion from Australia with this review on effectiveness on these changes and what is the added value they bring really in 2025. Maybe you could add that to that report, so like an element of effectiveness review as available. We know the data that you will have at that point might probably be quite limited still. Some were mentioning the cost implications. I think it was also Martin, in context of that report in 2025, with the cost. Either again, revise the document and add that in where you refer to the report in that Chapter 3, or slightly revise the decision to capture that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. I'll now give the floor to the World Bank Group. Elif, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. We echo the statement made by EBRD on behalf of agencies in support of a more collaborative process for the streamlining efforts. From the World Bank side, we would like to provide comments on the proposed action to replicate the GBFF one-step project cycle for all GEF Trust Fund and LDCF SCCF projects. Specifically, we have some concerns in revising the GEF project cycle to match that of the GBFF. Similar to what we just heard from Gabriela, the GBFF is still in its early stages, and the project cycle has yet to be thoroughly tested, with the first projects only now reaching the CEO endorsement milestone. It might be helpful to refine the way we define how the GBFF cycle works and establish some lessons learned before applying them to the GEF Trust Fund and the LDCF SCCF project cycle. From our side at the World Bank, we tried to put some of the proposed policies into practice and face some challenges, and would like to kindly offer our experience for the Council's consideration. The first issue is related to the cancellation policy and potential absence of delayed submission of the CEO endorsement package. The GBFF project cycle is strict in its cancellation policies, and applying this to the GEF project cycle would be challenging. Many of the projects from MDBs, like the World Bank, tend to be blended with larger operations. The proposed 9-month period between PPG approval and CEO endorsement submission, while attainable, may not always be sufficient to finalize other sources of financing or prepare a complete endorsement package. Added flexibility to allow for delayed submission would be beneficial in these cases. The second issue is related to the proposed timeline from CEO endorsement to first disbursement. The timeline of 12 months was agreed to in the context of GBFF negotiations, but that timeline may not be reasonable for the remaining GEF Trust funds. From our side, after receiving CEO endorsement, the project would still have to be negotiated, board approved, and meet effectiveness criteria prior to first disbursement, which would make it difficult to meet the proposed deadlines. We also would like to see GEF financing integrated in larger operations, which too take time, so the proposed deadlines could carry an inherent cancellation risk for otherwise well-functioning projects. We would not want to find ourselves in a situation where we have to stop or reduce GEF operations or have them canceled because of the timing mismatch and operational structure. As many of you already know, we're also working on streamlining our own project cycle at the World Bank. Therefore, we look forward to working with the working group and the rest of the GEF partnership to further assess the implications of these proposals, so that what ultimately gets agreed on increases our ability to bring scale to GEF and does not impede it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elif. I will now give the floor to Anil. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks everybody for the valuable comments. I'll just touch back on Richard's statement regarding the implementation progress review and everything. Richard, this actually, if you really look in, I think anything earlier in June before the next council meeting and evaluation will be too early a time for this, because this particular process will be start applying only the next cycle of the proposals which comes in, and I think we should think of it only towards end of December, probably the second meeting in the next winter part of it. So that'll the time we'll at least get to know there'll be a couple of projects which the CEO can approve, or we follow the GBF cycle, at least as pilots we can check in. And I also support the other comments, which the responses from Jonathan on this. And coming back to Elif's statement just now, Elif, I'm sitting on the board of the bank too, so I'm very much aware of what the bank is doing, and it's the entire process of the discussion on reducing the time period has cropped up from the responses which we have received in other international conventions about the delay in the processing of the GEF cycle. That's something which has emerged from there, and aligning it with the other MDB's cycles, I think that's what the GEF is trying to move towards. So I'm a little bit, opposing that statement of yours in this case, because I know what's happening inside in this part of the this side of the building across the GEF. So I think what the GEF is currently doing is trying to move around, harmonizing that with GBF. Yeah, I agree. GBF, it's at early stages. We'll only know. That's why I said the the evaluation of that should come in, or we should only look in around December when we have one full cycle going past us. So I think they're on track, and I wouldn't like to derail that process. Let them pilot it, let them check it out, because many things, especially when they're aligning with MDB, it is the larger scale projects which they are trying to impact upon with their small grant, which can influence a larger impact here. So I think we should give that little bit room to GEF to allow them to go through that process, experience it, and come back and tell the council, I mean, what has been their experience. So, I mean, it'll be too early to say that, I mean, we should have an extended period, or we should come to concrete conclusions of putting in. Let them go through that pilot, and then we'll evaluate. Because the bank is also, don't forget, LF, we are also moving towards a 12-month cycle here for major projects. And that's also the other MDBs like ADB and AIFB, AIB and FDB. Everybody is moving towards that, because that's a general push which is coming from the international community to all these MDBs here. So let's stop there, and I'll give that room to GEF, to the GEF secretary, to go through that cycle. And on Faisal's thing, I think Jonathan already said, the stakeholder engagement is something which we will never compromise, Faisal. Otherwise, I mean, all of us shouldn't be here talking to each other. So don't worry on that part. And a lot of your other fears of, I mean, the CSOs not being consultative, no, that'll never happen. Don't worry. That's why we have a working group representing you guys also partially in that place. And I don't think anybody in GEF will be, even if we say that, they will never support that particular statement coming through. So be rest assured on that. I can assure you on that on behalf of all my other colleagues too here. So I'll stop there. I just thought I should clarify this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anil. Let's give some time to Jonathan to address these comments on questions. So Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks very much, Noemi, and thanks for this rich round of interventions. Indeed, streamlining involves trade-offs, and it involves some difficult choices by all members in the partnership. So we recognize that. Mahar, yes, thanks for the insights on the portal and the endorsement letters. What we would plan to do with the endorsement letters is program those into the portal, so they can be tracked transparently, and we know how much time is being taken from the time that they are actually signed and logged in the system. I think the significant round of interventions here have to do with a lot of these have to do with the process, and do we proceed with going ahead with policy changes in the absence of a meeting by mail. I just wanted to I mean, this is obviously a council decision. But just to highlight that any changes to policy and guidelines are circulated to OFPs and to agencies for comment before they're circulated to council. So there's that element. The policy amendments would then be circulated to council for a 2-week period to receive comments. And then if during that process any council member wants to have a discussion on the item, they can request that decision be instead tabled for discussion at the next meeting, which would then be in June. But nevertheless, we're in the hands of council on the approach to be taken here, and the trade-off again in this case, it would be fairly clear. It would be 2 or 3 months before we can have that discussion at the next council meeting. Martin, thank you for your question on joint and parallel co-financing. Indeed, some of the terms aren't always crystal clear. So the joint co-financing is the cash provided to the executing entity through the project budget. And it's managed and dispersed as such. The parallel co-financing is any investment that would accompany the project activities. They would contribute to the same objectives and results, but they would be held and managed by the co-financier separately and outside of the project. So I just wanted to assure Council that both will continue to count as official co-financing. Both will be reported as such and contribute to the overall 7-to-1 goal for GEF 8. It's just the requirement for that signed confirmation letter that has proven to be the source of much of the startup delays. That's only required for the joint co-financing. Indeed, clarifying the major and minor amendments are important. We would indeed ensure that there's a role for the OFPs. I think that is already the case for any such amendment. And indeed, the major amendments go to council, so there's an opportunity for council to review and agree on those. Your point on the role of steering committees, indeed, this is a country choice, and the countries choose how to engage with the GEF, whether through the current modality or through another modality. And there is already a differentiation in how countries engage with the GEF, either through steering committees or through the OFP approach. Thank you, Gabriella. Indeed, yes, some of these proposals are far-reaching. We are trying to be as ambitious as we can on streamlining, and when you make an omelet, sometimes you have to crack some eggs. We can indeed amend some of the procedures and things that we're doing through guidelines. So I think we can proceed at the level of the authority of the CEO on some of these things, again, in consultation with the agencies and others. Yeah, and I mentioned what the trade-off would be in that respect. To the concerns in your constituency about dual execution, indeed, this is still possible under exceptions. What we've been lacking is clarity on how to apply those exceptions. So what we're looking at is strictly fiduciary, procurement-related, administrative type of support from the agency to the executing partner that would allow the project to proceed. And to be implemented in accordance with the agency's fiduciary guidelines. That's what we have in mind in terms of clarification. But exceptions will, of course, still be possible. Yes, on the GBFF, we still don't have a lot of data on how things have proceeded so far. It doesn't necessarily mean that we would copy all of the provisions of the GBFF project cycle. Some would obviously be modified, and the cancellation provisions, we definitely can look at that, because there's no point putting in place something that can't be implemented by the important partners, some important partners in the partnership. And just I wanted to go back to, there was one intervention that I did not respond to in my last response, was on the implementation arrangements for the small grants program. So in this case, reporting is going to highlight the specific contribution of civil society, excuse me, and community-based organizations. And every year, the SGP implementing agency will provide in the PIR the list of organizations to which the grants were awarded, as well as the geographic locations of the grant activities. So this is done by the agency, not by the grantees. So just to clarify that point. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And now back to the list of speakers. I have here as next Cam. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So just again, thank you so much for the working group for taking on this work, and we're supportive of the proposed streamlining process. We also welcome the intersessional approval of policy and guideline amendments, which I think responds to the calls from the recipient countries for quicker responses from the GEF. And similar to others, we're a firm believer in integrating learning as we move forward, and so agree with Australia that it might be helpful to have a reflection point in which the Secretariat provides more details on the key lessons learned and any of the challenges that were faced. and areas for improvement that could enhance our process moving forward. I understand that this is already happening, but if it could be made more explicit, that would be great. With respect to the streamlining project reviews, we encourage the GEF, similar to others, to really balance the technical and financial aspects with other critical areas and not lose sight of this. We're also very supportive of the decision to enhance the portal. And as we enhance it, we'd like to ensure that we're leveraging the data and the digital technology in a way that supports both policy making and program development. Currently, our own department is going through our own digital transformation, and we know that it's often more costly and more time-consuming than we planned. So it would be good to keep us informed on the costs and the timelines. And lastly, maybe just a question. We really do appreciate the updates on the harmonization with the funds, and in particular in how you're developing this mapping matrix of with other funds. And like I said, I sit on other committees and who talk about this as well, but maybe it'd be helpful just to hear a little bit in terms of the progress that's been made in terms of mapping this to see more efficiencies and how we can use this to inform the next GEF. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cam. Annette, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, and hello to everyone. Germany also welcomes the streamlining report and commends the members of the working group for their hard work and excellent results. Also particularly pleased that you took into account the report from the Brazilian G20 presidency, the Sustainable Finance Working Group. We found it so useful, this report, for informing our positioning for all the financing questions across the many COPs these recent months. Thanks so much, Jonathan, for the information of GEF and GBFF time requirements and recent developments. Very encouraging. It means GEF and sub-funds are delivering, increasingly delivering speedy and necessary access to climate and biodiversity finance. So it's money well spent from a donor's perspective. We appreciate the reference to the joint action plan of the multilateral climate funds. Making procedures more coherent is a key aspect of the joint action plan, and close consulting with the other funds is greatly appreciated. Also as an ability to improve efficiency and effectiveness across all funds. And I fully agree with France and India's recent comments to make big steps forward before GEF 9 and pursue further harmonization between GEF and GBFF procedures. And I support Gabriella's proposal on how to move forward. On specific aspects, we share the suggestion that a one-step approval procedure should be introduced across the GEF family of funds. While such a step does allow for less due diligence, and we noted that, it is key to speed up project implementation to give recipient countries better access to GEF finance. The GBFF has already shown first indication that one-step approval works in practice and delivers positive results. We would like to follow this closely and are grateful for the implementation report you announced for the second council meeting in 2025 as a reflection point. This should include data on possible cost savings of agency fees. We find this is a very important point where we can actually make progress. We agree with the working group that co-finance definitions should be revised, in particular to differentiate different forms of the very broad category of parallel co-financing. It must be clearly established whether there's a direct causal link between GEF finance and a co-finance commitment. However, we are slightly concerned around removing signed confirmation letters for parallel co-financing altogether. Seeing that in 2023, only 50% of projects realized at least 80% of their planned co-finance, ensuring and following up on co-financers' commitment remains essential. Monitoring may have to be tightened to avoid discrepancies between expected co-financing at project start and actual co-financing contributions during project implementation. We understand, however, that certain countries like LDCs and SIDS could be exempt from written commitments for parallel co-financing. For such countries, we could also accept more flexible ranges of committed co-finance. We're happy to follow up with you, Jonathan, as you proposed individually to understand this better. And I heard your explanations earlier on and can see the rationale. Thanks very much for that. We welcome the proposal that agencies should have a more active role in the supervision of projects while respecting OFPs and country ownership. This would reduce reliance on external consultants and improve country engagement. However, this should be achieved without having to use more project funds for agency fees. In particular, we would be grateful, as mentioned earlier on already, for a cost analysis of agency fees, possibly with a comparison with costs of other funds, in particular the GCF. Germany generally supports simplifying project templates, especially for project preparation grants. At the same time, it must be ensured that the Secretariat and Council have sufficient information at PIF submission to properly assess the impact and quality of a proposed project. Pure summary information is not adequate, and we advise to proceed with caution. We appreciate the reference to the joint action plan of the multilateral climate fund in Annex 2. Making procedures more coherent is a key aspect of the joint action plan, and the GEF should not adopt measures unilaterally in our view before consulting with the other funds, and I understood that you're in close contact with them. Lastly, we appreciate the clear timeline for implementation of the proposed measures and welcome the written procedure as an expedient step forward, keeping in mind COP 16.2 and Inc. 5 negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annette. I will now give the floor to Samantha, representing the Caribbean constituency. Samantha, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. The Caribbean constituency thanks the working group for its work and welcomes the report on additional recommendations to streamline the GEF project cycle for improved operational efficiency. The constituency is fully in support of measures identified to improve the project approval process, to simplify templates and streamline reviews, amend co-financing requirements, and increase the engagement of OFPs in project development, its implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. While we support these recommendations, we hope to see these implemented in a way that takes SEED's unique needs into consideration and will therefore result in increased operational efficiency for SEEDs and LDCs. We would hate to find ourselves in the same position in a few years' time where the measures have not had the intended impact for SEEDs. With respect to OFP involvement and participation, we reiterate the need to create the enabling environment by providing timely and continuous capacity building to OFPs. We note and appreciate the requirement for SGPs to prepare PIRs to increase harmonization across the GEF funds. It is critical that the SGP is equipped with the necessary training in the preparation of these PIRs and other progress reports in advance of this requirement taking effect. Finally, we especially welcome and applaud recommendations that will address co-financing challenges, particularly unique challenges of SEEDs already highlighted in previous council meetings. And in that regard, we would have liked to see recommendations that also address the issues with project management costs. We therefore request the GEF to indicate its intentions to advance discussions on co-finance in relation to project management costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gisela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. Let me first thank Jonathan for the presentation. And like others, we really acknowledge and appreciate the significant efforts by the working group, the Secretariat, and all the involved stakeholders to move forward with concrete actions to simplify and accelerate its project cycle, addressing long-standing concerns raised by beneficiary countries. We are pleased to see that this process is moving ahead and that the Secretariat has been working on improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the GEF project cycle management. I share many of the comments raised by previous speakers, so I will really be very short and just highlight a couple of general comments. The document presents a table with a long list of actions. We agree on the action indicated to be taken in order to implement the project cycle streamlining, but we would have expected a phased step-by-step approach with a clear prioritization and sequencing of these actions. Table 1 contains several policy changes, and some of them are quite sensitive, complex, with significant trade-off. For example, the agreement to move to one-step approval process ahead of having sufficient experience from the GBFF would be, in our view, a bit premature. It would be good to have such a decision after a review of the GBFF experience. We therefore recommend prioritizing this action so that decision can be taken incrementally. Due to the importance of the topic, we would have also welcomed some technical session which could help guiding in totally understanding the overall process. And this, I'm sure, would help all stakeholders as well as the Secretariat in its work. I conclude just saying that we really agree on moving forward with the action ready to implement soon, as for example mentioned by Stephanie, but again recommending a stepwise approach for the whole process and a clear timeline for implementation per policy change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Emily, representing Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And also many thanks to Jonathan for the presentation. Our constituency would like to thank the working group for this document, as well as also the Secretariat, OFPs, and agencies for their valuable insights and inputs. We very much support the efforts of the working group over the past year, and overall we can support the proposals listed in the document. We had some more detailed comments, but these have already been raised by other council members. So all in all, we believe that the proposed changes are especially critical for the recipient countries who can expect even more support from the GEF partnership. And this is, of course, also important for us as donors, especially in the run-up to the replenishment negotiations. Therefore, we look forward to approving these measures and aiming for even more efficiency during GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Now I will give the floor to Jonathan to reply, then we may continue with the list. So Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks very much, Noemi. Thank you, Cam, for the questions on the LTV, the long-term vision mapping harmonization. This process has been extensive, and it builds on the comparative analysis that was done last year and has been shared with Council. We added the Adaptation Fund and the Climate Investment Funds to that. Also, there was an online platform launched at the UNFCCC COP in collaboration with these funds on mapping indicators for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and co-benefits for nature. I believe colleagues will be providing an update on progress tomorrow in the agenda item on relations with conventions. So we'll have more, you'll hear more about the work that's being done in this area. Annette, thank you for your comments. I do hear your concern about removing the requirement for signed co-financing letters for the parallel co-financing. So I think both this and the comments on agency fees require a more thorough review and analysis, I think, as you already mentioned, and possibly something that would need to be considered in the context of a GEF 9 replenishment. We've been looking, for instance, at options for how can the fee policy be used more for to incentivize faster project cycle. So let me just leave it at that on that issue. Here are the comments from Italy. Thank you on moving to the one step, which we also identified as being a significant move. So I know a gradual approach is also something we've been contemplating. So let me stop there and back to you, Noemi. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I will now give the floor to Laura, representing Estonia, Finland, and the Netherlands. Laura, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Noemi, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you, Jonathan, for your very informative presentation and answers so far. Like others, we would also like to thank all those who contributed to the working group. Our constituency was presented with Netherlands. We would also like to welcome the proposal on streamlining the project cycle. This is very topical agenda point, as we know that the expectations towards the GEF are very high. And with these, we could even further improve efficiencies and access to funding. We also see the importance of collaboration and transparency when preparing the amendments. We also support attempts to harmonize procedures between different funds, since this way we can even further improve synergies. And finally, like others, we also highlight the importance to follow up on these amendments, so reviewing so that the processes are indeed smoother and faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And now I believe Laura will take this one in behalf of the constituency. So Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Well, I want to start by saying that this paper was of great interest in Mexico and in the constituency. This was long discussed, and we actually prepared very long talking points. But since many other council members have already stated some of our points, I'll first begin with a summary saying that we welcome the progress and proposals, that we are overall open to innovations and to setting up learning by doing processes. Overall, we are very excited. I will also briefly go to some of our points just to make sure that that we communicate our positions regarding these innovations. On the one-step project cycle, we appreciate the proposal to unify the project cycle because it simplifies processes for countries and agencies, reducing complexity. But we request to schedule a review of its impacts, and we believe that it's important to consider the nature of the process as well as the context of each country. Again, taking on Cam's comments from Canada, we think that when, and also from the World Bank Group, when we are trying to set up more complex projects, maybe this simplified process will need to allow for flexibility measures. On the simplification of PIF-PPG templates, we would like for these templates to be simplified, to be presented to us and to provide opportunity for countries and OFPs to provide feedback. It is important for us that these formats do not lose the technical and scientific information that we need to evaluate the project proposals. On tracking standards via the GEF portal, with this proposal is highly appreciated since it enhances transparency and ensures better monitoring of submission deadlines, benefiting all stakeholders and particularly OFPs. We believe that the feedback from agencies and OFPs is needed to refine features. So we volunteer ourselves to provide this feedback and engage in this process. We would like to highlight that while notifications are helpful, it is important to conduct regular reviews of agency performance to address root causes of delays that might not be related per se to GEF portals and notifications. On co-financing, we recommend implementing enhanced systems for tracking and reporting co-financing contributions throughout the project cycle. A balanced approach that integrates flexibility and accountability will be critical to realizing benefits while minimizing potential setbacks. I think I will stop here, Noemi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura. I will now give the floor to Sofia. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you wait a second? I think there was a problem with my camera now. Can you see me? Perfect. So thank you very much, colleagues, and well, the Secretariat, the working group, all the OFPs, and the agencies that have contributed to this very robust document and presentation. Also, Jonathan, thank you for clarifying all the questions that have been raised. We also echo some of the concerns and opportunities that have been put into discussion this morning. So what we believe here is that, and we recognize the considerable efforts that have been put in developing these proposals. We really appreciate the work undertaken thus far, and we believe that we are moving in the right direction. We recognize how the GEF has been listening to this constant need and call to make the process more efficient, to also guaranteeing the effectiveness, reducing burdens related to processes, timelines, among others. So this is something that we value a lot, especially as recipient countries. But yet there's some, and we do see a huge potential of many of the actions here proposed to contribute significantly in that direction. Yet we have some of the concerns that mostly have been already addressed on the floor, but also speaks, I think, at its very core, at the stage the document is in, right? So right now we're having a list of proposals, which are really difficult to see how do they fit one another, right? So they are interrelated, but they are a list that it's presented separately. It's also in a very early stage, so we only have basically the name of the proposal, a very small description, and then some of the trade-offs, but also that require more thought, especially as we are seeing in these discussions. So what these tell us is that, yes, we have an initial document, but yet it has to be further matured for us to be able to really move, and we cannot sacrifice deepness for pace, right? So we do understand that we have to move forward, that we must be bold, and that we must advance, but we also have to be thoughtful, and that we also have to be conscious of the implications that we are taking. And that's why this document is very difficult for us right now. And I would like to echo, Jonathan, one of the comments you were mentioning before, and it's the fact that it's very difficult to measure the impact beforehand. So in that sense, we have to exercise caution, right? So we just cannot move with a package of things that we yet don't see how the puzzle fits together. We don't have the detail, right? So this is something that for us requires more development, more reflection. So at this stage, and as Martin was mentioning before, we will also introduce the language for the decision we see, but we are not ready to endorse this document and these proposals, even though we recognize how important they are, how valuable they could, and the potential we have. But we want to be very thoughtful and responsible on the decisions we're taking and the implications the decisions have. We don't want to be in a situation in which we endorse an action that we don't feel later comfortable with, but we already endorsed it, so we are forced to move forward with it. And then we see that maybe that was not the most efficient or effective vehicle moving for the purpose we are intending. So this is something of the concerns we have, especially because we have a huge list of things that also some of them we see the clear relation with the streamlining process, whereas others it is not clear to us. So we sometimes struggle to understand what the relation of certain proposals here included are with the streamlining. So we understand that they're important topics we have to discuss, that they're part of the broader reform of the GEF, but we don't see the relation with the streamlining process. So this is also one of the situations we face in when we see the whole list of things. I fully support with what Gisela was saying. It would have been very useful to see a document that clearly prioritizes, right, Also, building on what Gabriela was saying, like having more information of which have policy implications, which don't have policy implications. For instance, the measures related to the portal that we feel that we could be moving forward with those, right? And here our call would be also to take into account user friendliness, so that we don't only have a robust portal, but also a portal that we can intuitively use, especially seeing the rotation sometimes we have in OFPs and other users of the portal. So this is something that we could definitely be moving forward. But as the decisions are mixed, some are far-reaching, some are clearly related, some are not clearly related. So it is hard to digest in the structure we are having, right? So for us, what would be very, very important, and I think that Gisela put it very well, right? So it's in which ones are prioritized. Also, Gabriela mentioned on which ones are long-term, which ones are immediate, which ones can be moved like with very easily, right? Which ones would need like further consideration. We do agree with what Martina was saying, like, and for those that require policy implications, we would not like to have them intersessionally. We do understand the process that they are circulated, but we would rather have it in a proper council session. And we don't have that mapping yet. That information is not included in the table, so we are not able to react to that, right? So we don't have the option to say like, oh, this topic may be going for council, right? This one we may address intersessionally. So the document as it stands, being very valuable, having like critical proposals for us, it's very problematic also. And we do not want to be in a situation in which we're just signing a check in blank, and then we have to see what the impacts are, right? So this is some of the thoughts and kind of the reflection we have in the document as it stands. So some of the specific items that we believe are particularly valuable for us are all the measures that speak about country driveness, strengthening the OFPs, also not only through their strengthening in capacities, but also in better engaging them along and across the project cycle. That's something that we value a lot. We also support, as I was mentioning before, the IT measures, which we feel would be important to maybe see a way of moving forward with this that may not be as contentious. Taking into account the user friendliness, as I was mentioning before. Also other elements that could be like important like for us relates to the way that we are empowering also local agencies and highlighting the importance of local partners when implementing the project. So this is something that's also very important and critical for us, among other elements that we see huge value in. Specific items, as others have mentioned, we do have issues with applying the one-step approval process for all, like indistinctively. We have to have a good reflection of this. Regarding the agency certification we are speaking about, we find it sometimes puzzling, because yes, we as the GEF may say that the agencies fulfill all the standards, that they have the safeguards, all of these elements, but how do we really guarantee that if we're here adopting a policy or that we review certain of our policies? We have done that for the gender, for others that are how do we make sure that the agencies are undertaking these reviews? Or therefore, what would be the role of the GEF in adopting these policies, right? Because if we are letting them only to be certified, so what's the role of us, like having all these discussions and like really striving to have engagement of the stakeholders, that of having robust policies that really speaks about the idea that we have as the GEF to be transformational, that take whole of society approaches, to have a civil society, different actors, right? And others. So like that's some of the questions that we have. It is not clear against which standards will be certified. It is across their own standards. Will there be comparability across standards? How do we ensure that we also have the reviews of the policies we make introduced in the agency's way of working? So this is something that we really don't understand very much, and we would like to understand that better. Also, the co-financing element is quite sensible to us. And in these, when we read the document, there are elements that really speak to the streamlining, where there are others that not. So for us, it's like we have to separate those, right? So I think, and hearing from the discussion on the floor right now, like many of us has touched upon this concrete point, which speaks about how important it is for all of us, right? But not all of the co-financing elements are related to streamlining, right? So I think that we have to have two approaches. One, really find a space to speak about co-financing in a broader sense. I think that that's a need that we have right now. And others is really identifying which measures related to co-financing are really related to the streamlining process. Because when we see these documents, there are some others that we say, like, we don't understand what the relation is. So this is something that would be also useful and to be applied across the document, because this is not only the case of co-financing, but other elements that we see, like, okay, fine, this is important, but we don't understand how does this speak to streamline. I fully support Richard's point on transparency and accountability. It must be maintained and safeguarded. So for us, it's very important that we continue to not only inform, but to circulate the documents to the council at least for weeks. So this is something that it's important. So not only as information, but really in the way we're having it right now, especially when we're having more delegated authority. So this is for us critical. So on the review, I do hear what Anil is saying. It's important that we have, and I think that Cam also mentioned it before, and it's important that we have a moment in which we can think back on the decisions that we are taking, that we can also see if they're working or not. So maybe having this explicit mention to the review is important. But I also hear Anil when he says, well, it might be too early yet, so maybe we can work on when will this review be more useful, so that we're flexible and that we think it's important. So these are some of the points that we think that are critical for us to be able to move forward, still like recognizing the huge value of the work that's here. And then I would like to take a few moments to also read some of the proposals of the decision that we have been working together with the South constituency that we believe could help us to also have the safeguards that we require for when undertaking this. So how we would read, or how the decision would read, and I will try to do it as slow as possible so that we can take all the language here. So it would read, the council, having considered document GEF Council 68/05, streamlining the GEF project cycle, report from the working group on the streamlining process decides to 1. Take note of the proposal in table 1. 2nd, request the Secretariat to continue to work on the details associated with the proposals and collaboration with council members and for consideration in the next council meeting. 3rd, prior to any draft of policy amendments, a new implementation plan should be prepared for consideration and approval by the council. And 4, encourages further analysis and elaboration of options for consideration as part of the preparation for GEF 9 negotiations. So this is how it would read. I think that we could also circulate it so that there can be amendments and additions, and we can work around this language. But this is what we are thinking of that would enable us to have the safeguards needed and the assurances to be able to move forward. So thank you very much, colleagues, and I give the floor. Thank you, Noemi, so that you can continue.
Muchas gracias, Sofia. I will now give the floor to Anders. Floor is yours.
Thank you, colleagues, and good afternoon. From our side, Sweden is very principally positive to this work being carried out by the working group, and we very much welcome the proposals. It's something we have been looking at for a while in view of reducing the timelines, increasing efficiency, and allocating more funds to the concrete projects. So we think that approach is commendable, and it's a very well done work which has been carried out. At the same time, we also, I think Australia and Colombia put it very well in view of improving efficiency without compromising transparency. We fully agree with that approach. Much is very good. We are very much supportive of it, but might be need for some reflection on some of it. When it comes to co-financing, Argentina and Colombia made quite a few points on that. Sweden is principally positive to review how co-financing can be reported more clearly in different categories to make it more clear what is additional funding, what is funding provided by donors, and also taking into account that I think a keyword is exceptions and flexibility, because ultimately we need to also recognize that we should not lose sight of how successful the GEF is in mobilizing funds from a wide range of sources. And the more recognition to that, the better. So I think that could possibly be a way forward. We need to strike simply the right balance between more transparency in what constitutes co-financing, perhaps by having it in different categories, while also not losing sight of displaying that the GEF and all the implementing agencies and implementing stakeholders at the local level do a lot of positive contributions, which is on a scale which is many times beyond what each of us could do alone, which I think is one of the biggest strengths of the GEF, the scale of which we can achieve things. So in that sense, we are positive to the process, but also sort of exceptions is maybe the keyword as spelled out by the Secretariat. Therefore, we are also supporting of the review of co-financing guidelines for private sector and civil society with a greater flexibility in expected contributions based on the size of co-funders. We think this is a very sensible proposal, since it can also contribute to broaden and increase the support base for non-state donors. So some reflection might be needed on it, but the overall scope of it is very positive. We also, on our side, in view of what was highlighted by Germany when it comes to cost analysis of an agency fees, we think that would be something which would be very good to be brought into GEF 9 and something which we also discussed yesterday. So in that sense, notably, if we avoid annual reporting in the use of agency fees, yes, that would reduce the administrative burden on the implementing agencies. But we have concerns that this could also risk leading to reduced transparency and accountability on how agency fees are being spent. And for us, it's important that the agency fees, as far as possible, reflect actual project operating costs and contributes to concrete results in the implementing country. So some reflection could be necessary on that. And we heard the explanations by the Secretariat about agreeing to require a more thorough analysis in view of GEF 9. And with that, I think we would be supportive of that, but not necessarily to rush into a decision on that, but giving it some more consideration. Then there are also many positive things highlighted. We very much liked what India highlighted on harmonizing the data sets between GEF and GBFF. That would be very sensible and support the implementing work. We also support the proposal to review guidelines for projects in vulnerable and conflict-affected circumstances. And we would welcome some flexibility in reprogramming on that, but that's a separate discussion from this exercise. But I think in all, we would be supportive of the overall processes. We share some concerns also as expressed by Colombia and Argentina and Japan, and with view of what Australia and Colombia mentioned about improving efficiency without compromising transparency. But still, we think it's a very positive process where we should welcome a decision on the basis of a revised paper to try to gather as many positive aspects in moving forward as possible. And noting that we don't necessarily have to take this decision today, we still have a possibility to do that on the basis of a revised proposal by tomorrow. So with that, welcoming the work and hoping that we can achieve a good process ahead, recognizing all the positive work which has been done to increase efficiency and transparency ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'll now give the floor to Avi from the United States. Avi, floor is yours.
Good morning, Naomi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we see you and hear you well.
Okay, great. First off, I'd just like to say hello to everyone. I think this is my first intervention at the council meeting, so it's great to be gathered here and to meet some new colleagues who've just joined the council. I'd like to start off by thanking our colleagues who participated in the working group on streamlining, the Secretariat, the agencies, and the operational focal points for contributing to this proposal for further streamlining. As many of you know, one of the core parts of Brazil's agenda in the G20 presidency this year, which we had the pleasure to work with them on, was an effort to consider how the multilateral climate funds can work together better as a system and can simplify access and accessibility for countries. And for the U.S., access for SIDS and LDCs is a particular priority. So we really want to thank the Secretariat and the members of the working group for really getting ahead of this issue and taking some real concrete steps to think about simplifying access and streamlining the project cycle. I think this is a really good sign of the Secretariat and the GEF, as I think Dauda called us in the beginning, a family, of our willingness to kind of step up to challenges that were given and to be responsive to needs. So I think that's just wanted to frame that this is how I think on a more strategic level, I think of this intervention, because the GEF operates in a system and we need to show that it is responsive to what's going on around it. So generally, I'd say that we support the work to streamline the project cycle in a way that simplifies access and speeds it up without compromising standards and safeguards that have been long in the system. We very much agree with the CSO representative about, not cutting corners on safeguards and consultations, because obviously having local buy-in for any of these type of interventions is critically important in getting the feedback of local communities. Many have talked about what are the differences between the technical changes here and policy changes. We'd like to see empower the Secretariat, agencies, and OFPs to kind of make decisions about the more technical changes without the council necessarily having to be prescribing them. I think the caution that I would say, just reflecting on some of the comments from the implementing agencies, some focal points, particularly the World Bank intervention, I think that we need to just be cautious about taking decisions on operational matters without kind of giving yourself some wiggle room for testing the idea and seeing what the consequences are, because we don't want to create disincentives to program with the GEF. In particularly this notion of having, it's on the one hand, it's important to have cancellation deadlines that we stick to. I work on another fund which has a really bad habit of extending things, and it leads to a lack of programming, which is a problem when you're trying to deliver results. But I also just want to make sure that for complex, as Laura said, for complex projects, you do need some flexibility about how you apply certain types of rules so that you don't compromise the whole effort just because of a technical issue. On two important matters, first of all, co-finance. We are not opposed to any work that you would like to start now to reform how we think about co-financing and revise it. But we do want to note that we'd like to really thoroughly reevaluate the GEF's approach to measuring co-finance during the replenishment, so it aligns better to best practice in other institutions, particularly differentiating between new and additional co-financing that the project is mobilizing versus other activities that are happening in country, but are not necessarily directly linked to the project. I understand GEF projects are small, and so sometimes agencies may have, you know, a parallel project that's not necessarily technically joint with it, but we do feel like the GEF co-financing definition is not aligned with how best practice in other institutions, and we do think that needs a deeper review and best practice benchmarking. But we agree that changes that you're thinking about making now, I think are getting are worthy and are not things that we would recommend delaying. So I think that is helpful, but I just want to lay that marker down for GEF 9. Jonathan, I want to thank you for the explanation of the exceptions but for kind of strictly fiduciary actions between implementation and execution of our project. I think that was sort of a helpful clarification for us to get more comfortable with it. We do think that keeping the focus on, you know, executing entities, roles being segregated from implementing entities is important. On another matter of importance, we do not agree with the recommendation to stop circulating the medium-sized projects to council and have those approved by the CEO under delegated authority. This circulation period was an important part of the decision that we took in February to take forward the first round of streamlining and allow the higher dollar threshold for projects coming forward intercessionally. As part of our oversight duties for the United States, we think that council members should have the right to express positions on intercessional approvals. The analysis that you showed in the beginning presentation, which I know feels like hours ago because it was hours ago, but it does show that, you know, the actual council time spent on projects is a fairly minimal part of the whole project cycle. And so for our chair, it's really important that we continue to have the ability to see projects. There's transparency there, and should council members need to express positions on them, they're able to do so. We're all here on behalf of our governments, taxpayers, and other stakeholders. I want to support the proposals to engage OFPs more in programming and project oversight process and strengthen internal capacity and relationships with the agencies. Hope we can do this in a way that doesn't add unnecessarily to their workload, because I know that our OFPs oftentimes are juggling, like we all are, a lot of responsibilities. But I think if this can be done in a consultative way with their input, this could be really positive in terms of helping folks feel more in charge and steering their country portfolio. I liked Jordan's idea of posting endorsement letters on the portal just for advanced visibility. I think that's very helpful. In terms of moving forward with this paper, I kind of think that we've had a lot of discussion here, and so I'm wondering if maybe the Secretariat can think about how to maybe give us some revised decision text. I do think it's important that we all demonstrate progress on this in the next few months. I don't have strong views about an intercessional versus a council discussion, because I know that any member can ask for something put out intercessionally to be discussed at council. So what I'd like to see is progress made, and then we can revisit those elements we might need to revisit in June. But let's not slow everything down because people have questions on a few things. And the one thing I'd like to close, but maybe if Jonathan or the Secretariat could kind of give us a check-in about how to keep moving forward during this meeting, that would be helpful. I know there's been a lot of decision text circulated, suggestions, so it seems like it's a good time to pause. But I want to close by noting one thing which I think is kind of a more structural issue, which is obviously yesterday we heard a lot of comments as we often do about agency concentration. And I'm starting to think that one of the challenges here is that we have a lot of different implementing entities, and they all have different modes of programming, but we're trying to make them kind of conform to sort of one system within GEF. And I'm wondering if, as part of GEF 9, we should be kind of considering different modalities for different types of programming. Because it's kind of maybe part of the reason the agency concentration is happening is because the way we've done the project cycle, certain agencies are either better aligned with it or they've taken the decision to align their programming with GEF, whereas other agencies aren't able to do so. And so therefore, I think that we should really examine if there are ways to sort of have different approaches that play better depending on what the agencies are bringing themselves and what their procedures are. And I invite folks to try to be creative about this, because I think, you know, for GEF to be responsive and successful to country needs, we need all of the agencies contributing to their utmost. So I just like to close and thank everyone for their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. I will now give the floor to IPAC. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the working group for the streamlining report, and we commend the excellent presentation. For the streamlining of the project cycle, it is important that any changes do not cut corners on key safeguards for indigenous peoples and the local communities, especially for indigenous women. Concerns arise that there is the potential that working to move projects to implementation more quickly may reduce opportunities for consultation, including free prior informed consent and much less co-design with indigenous peoples and local communities. There are certainly ways to design projects that support for co-design and implementation by indigenous peoples and local communities. And these approaches could be incorporated into the streamlining process and encouraged by the GEF Secretariat. And one such approach is the inclusion of indigenous peoples' representative institutions who may not be necessarily be the implementers of a given project or process, but what is important is that they are consulted, participate in decision-making, and give consent to the involvement of technical implementing organizations within their jurisdiction. So the process of involving representative institutions need to be underpinned by sufficient time and resources. Although this may be seen as an added cost, it is still essential for ensuring relevance, legitimacy, transparency, accountability, and sustainability of our results. The streamlining of operational requirements and clarification of related capacity needs would certainly make it easier for indigenous institutions to work towards streamlining, including compliance. Thank you very much, Noemi.
Thank you, Giovanni. And I see our last speaker so far in the chat, Unido. Anya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, colleagues, council members. My statement will be short. I'm taking the floor to reiterate the points made by Alexis from EBRD on behalf of all GEF agencies. We would like to emphasize that the GEF agencies are proposing the change to the document decision text because we believe that more structured collaboration with the GEF agencies is required as we work together on detailing, drafting the GEF project cycle streamlining measures. We hope this message is well received by everyone, and thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So it seems that that concludes our list of speakers. So back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Noemi. Thanks to everyone. I think at this point there were very few questions in the interventions. We recognize, of course, all of the concerns and the issues that have been raised. I just on the certification, the question from Sophia on the certification of standards. What we mean here is that the 4 minimum standards of the GEF that are required for agencies to meet are met, and there is a GEF policy on the monitoring of agency adherence to these policies that sets out how that is done. So that does not change, and we're not proposing a change to that. We take note of the issues of agency fee revisions, looking at co-financing. I think we've had quite a rich discussion on that. I don't see a question there. We are mindful of the GEF 8 indicative target to increase programming with IFIs. And so on the issue of cancellation, we have been applying flexibility so far and are indeed mindful of the need to handle that one carefully. I think basically at this point we're at a procedural question. So here the US on the fact that they can't accept the proposal on the circulation of MSPs to council. So I think this and other requests that we've heard suggests that we can work with the working group members to come back with a revised documented decision. But I mean, we're in the hands of the co-chairs on this one. So let me stop there and hand it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So maybe back to the co-chair.
Thank you very much, Naomi. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Jonathan and the entire working group, as well as the council members, for the contribution that is there towards making these things a better thing for GEF. So on that note, having had, I think I would also now to invite the council to adopt the draft decision. Sorry.
Wait a second.
Okay.
Lauda, I think
Yes.
that I think that based on what we heard from the agencies and council members and the interaction with Jonathan, I think that the Secretariat will be working on a reform and come back tomorrow with a proposed decision. We need to circulate the revised document and see comments and bring back for a council decision tomorrow. I think that I feel confident that we can work on a version that will address all comments, and I think that should be my recommendation for your consideration, Dauda.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. I think there are some other very valuable input. I think it's important that those input are taken into account, and then hopefully tomorrow we can come up with a proposal for council's approval. So I think that proposal is endorsed. Thank you so much for the observation.
Thank you, Dauda. Any comments on your side, Jonathan, with regards to what I just mentioned, or Claude on your side? Any additional comments, Jonathan?
Nope. That's something we can do.
Claude, on your side, any comments?
No, just to thank everybody for the very rich discussion. And we agree that there are some needs to shift some of these discussions either to GEF 9 or to June. but we also hear very clearly the desire of council to show progress on the streamlining agenda, and this is something that we will try and balance in the revised document that we will circulate before the end of today, and probably even sooner, for consideration tomorrow for council. Thank you all.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Dauda, for this agenda item. I'll pass it over now to Noemi because I think we have some proposal agenda-wise to propose to council members. Noemi, please.
Thank you, Chair. As you very well mentioned, I wanted to put forward a twist on today's timetable. Given that we are running slightly over time, the IEO has reached out to request the Council's consideration to continue with the IEO evaluations on the agenda, as some IEO staff members will be unavailable after today's meeting. We're very grateful to staff, who was originally scheduled to present next, for kindly agreeing to come after the IEO. Thank you, Rosina, for your flexibility. Therefore, I would like to propose to Council this adjustment to the timetable for your approval. So if agreed, thank you so much for the flexibility. Then we will continue with agenda item 7, which is the IEO semi-annual evaluation report. And once that we finish with the IEO, we will move forward with agenda item 6, which is a report of the chairperson of the staff. So with that, back to you, Mr. Co-Chair, to lead these agenda items of the evaluations.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Okay. Now we are on agenda item number 7, which is the IEO semi-annual report, evaluation report. So can I invite Mrs. Greta from the GEF IEO to present the IEO semi-annual report evaluation? So Greta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Good day to everybody, and thank you all for accommodating. It's just that a couple of our people are on field visits and which have been arranged in advance and won't be here tomorrow. So thank you very much for the flexibility, Rosina, as well. It's my pleasure to present the semi-annual evaluation report included as an information document, which reflects on the progress made by the IEO over the past 6 months, as well as our current and planned activities. We are bringing 3 completed evaluations to you today, which will be discussed separately: GEF interventions in chemical and waste, GEF programs in the Pacific Small Island developing states, and components of the results-based management system. Going forward, we are making a change to our presentation format, with now on the evaluation team leads will be presenting the main findings and conclusions. This is a break from 10 years, from the past 10 years. I will briefly cover evaluation work in progress, provide you with a quick update on the status of the 8th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF, and some updates on our knowledge management and communication efforts. Now for our evaluation work in progress and the evaluations that will be presented to the June 2025 Council. We have several underway, but I'm going to discuss those that will come to you the next Council round. We welcome participation from those interested in joining these evaluations from agencies, council, conventions, civil society, as well as youth and students. The first one coming to you next time is going to be on nature-based solutions, analyzing the contributions of GEF in this area with a special focus on gender and IPLCs. The next one is on international waters, the strategic evolution, performance, impact, and knowledge. The annual performance report 2025 will look at the performance dimensions of about 2,400 completed projects and will include special themes on behavior change and broader adoption. This evaluation on the competitive advantage will touch upon governance issues, processes, relationships, and the overall competitive advantage of the GEF. It will include a special assessment on STAP, which is at the request of council members. We will be bringing to you 2 LDCF SECF evaluations, the annual evaluation report and the program evaluation report. We will present early findings on the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, which will focus primarily on strategic elements of the fund. And now for a quick update on the 8th Comprehensive Evaluation, commonly known as OPS 8. This will draw on 32 evaluations conducted over the GEF 8 period. Data from 164 countries will be included in this report through a variety of sources: terminal evaluations, case studies, and field visits. As of this council, 21 would have been presented to you, and the rest are underway. We are on track to deliver the first synthesis of evaluation findings for the replenishment meeting scheduled for April 2025. The full report will be presented to the Autumn 25 replenishment meeting and the final report to the Council in December 2025. This slide is a summary of the various evaluations. I'm not going to go into these in detail, but this is for your information. Now for a quick update on our knowledge management and communications. At the request of council members, we have included a communication strategy developed by Jimmy Sylvester, seated to my right, to enhance the outreach and take-up of our evaluation findings. This is included as an annex to the information document. We continue to participate in a wide variety of external training programs such as IPDET, which is the International Program for Development Evaluation and Training. We were fully subscribed in July and received immensely positive feedback. Most notably, we held the first ever M&E meeting of the GEF partnership in October in Rome, 30 years after the partnership was established, co-hosted by FAO, and 15 of the 18 agencies actively participated. The GEF M&E network was formally launched, and it was decided to hold a meeting every year on this important topic. I would like to thank FAO for hosting and the agencies, which is clearly a demonstration of the interest in furthering the results and evaluation agenda across the GEF partnership. We have been immensely active in sharing our evaluation findings and methodologies in a variety of internal and external fora, including at different conventions where we have partnered with the evaluation units of the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Climate Investment Funds to present our findings. We are also engaging with the other 3 funds on 2 thought pieces: lessons from transformative change of projects and on the use of artificial intelligence in evaluations to promote efficiency and accuracy. We continue to stay at the forefront through innovation, through invitations to publish our work. Our next book publication on sustainability and integration is currently under preparation and will be published by Routledge next year. We've definitely upped our game on our website and on our social media front. We have a new website currently being developed, focusing on enhancing user experience through evaluation. Our evaluation on community-based approaches led by Kate was the most downloaded document in the last 5 months. We officially launched our online training course on environmental evaluation in July, and I'm pleased to note that over 1,500 people registered and actually took this course over the last 4 months. Our following on social media has doubled over the last 6 months with our concerted efforts, with impressions increasing by over 1,000%, albeit starting from a rather low base. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the agencies, the OFPs, the GEFSEC, civil society, and project participants and beneficiaries in recipient countries for supporting our work and helping us to bring you the evidence on what works, how, why, and under what circumstances. Thank you very much.
Rita, for the presentation. I think now I would invite members of the council for their comment on this agenda item. Naomi, can you help in coordinating that intervention from the Honorable Council members?
Of course, Co-Chair. So then now the floor is open. Laura from Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, Noemi. Yeah, I think, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
I see it now. I think there was a little delay on my side. Gita, no, thank you for that update. On our side, we wanted to congratulate you and the IEO. We can really see the revamping of the website. We are enthusiastic about the response, although, as you have mentioned, you were coming from low levels of engagement. But we do feel the work that the IEO has been carrying out is very important, and we are enthusiastic about this engagement in social media and through the website and the downloading of the knowledge products by the IEO. With that said, I'm going to stop here very briefly. Thank you so much again, Gita.
Muchas gracias, Laura. I'll now give the floor to the CSO network. Faisal, the floor is yours.
Gita, thank you very much for your efforts in the last months for your office to outreach and engage civil society in various assessments. The GEF CSO network welcomes the IEO semi-annual assessment report, which highlights the breadth of ongoing assessments. We are positive on the significant ongoing work and look forward to the results being presented later. However, from our perspective, the GEF CSO network would like to encourage the IEO to deepen participatory evaluation mechanisms to enable civil society to play a more central role as a strategic allies through the full project cycle. We have 4 points. Firstly, integration of CSOs into the project cycle. We believe CSOs as key actors in the implementation of projects at the community level should be involved not only in the implementation, but also the design, monitoring, evaluation, and the feedback phases. This would ensure a more conceptualized assessment based on local realities. The report mentions the inclusion of Indigenous people and local communities, but could be expanded with specific strategies to integrate CSOs as mediators between communities and international programs. Secondly, progress in self-assessment systems and citizen science. The incorporation of citizen science indicators would allow for more representative and participatory data collection, taking advantage of local knowledge and strengthening the capacity of communities. This would be especially valuable on topics such as nature-based solutions and co-economic benefits. CSOs can also lead community self-assessment processes, promoting greater ownership of results and reinforcing the sustainability of interventions. Third, evaluation as a transformative process. Beyond measuring results, evaluation must become a space for the generation of collective learning. CSOs can facilitate multi-sectoral dialogues and provide critical perspectives that can enrich GEF's approaches to greater inclusion and equity. Fourthly, some specific proposals to the GEF IEO. Firstly, in regard to formal inclusion mechanisms, we would encourage the development of technical tools for participatory evaluation, where CSOs can contribute directly to the formulation of methodologies and indicators adapted to local contexts. Secondly, evaluation training. We encourage training on participatory evaluation techniques and give opportunities for CSOs. We note the work that you've done with your online training, but I hope that you could come with some tools or guidance more broadly for the GEF portfolio, with an emphasis on self-assessment tools and use of community data. Thirdly, strengthen social impact indicators. We believe it's important to prioritize the integration of qualitative and quantitative indicators that reflect the impact on livelihoods, gender equity, and community resilience. In conclusion, participatory evaluation with CSOs as strategic partners is crucial to strengthen the legitimacy and effectiveness of GEF interventions. Integrating citizen science and self-assessment systems into methodologies not only expands the representativeness of assessments, but also empowers communities as protagonists of sustainability. The IEO report offers a strong starting point, but requires moving forward towards a more inclusive and collaborative approach that places CSOs at the center of the local assessment process. Can we ask the IEO and the GEF Secretariat to respond clearly on how we can work together to enhance participatory evaluation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faisal. Ben, you have the floor.
Thanks, Naomi. I'll keep my intervention short in the interests of time. Firstly, thanks, Geeta, for the presentation. And it's good to see some of the changes that you're bringing in terms of the reporting to Council, including this report just being presented. We particularly welcome the new styles of report being presented, and also the information about the upcoming evaluations which have come shortly. We also liked the information about the communication plan, which I think is a good demonstration of good dissemination of the findings from IEO. We're looking forward to seeing some of the upcoming evaluations. As I said, for example, the partnership dynamics and competitive advantage evaluation. I wasn't clear from the documentation when that would come to Council, and I also wasn't clear about the time frame for some of the other evaluations which haven't come to Council yet, and over what sort of period we'll be receiving those. So it'd be great to get that information. And then finally, just to clarify, maybe this is for Naomi, just to clarify, we're going to be dealing now with each of these subsequent 3 evaluations after this first item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I will respond when we finish with the list of speakers. So now we will continue with Vittorio from Italy. Vittorio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. First of all, we would like to thank the IEO for the work done and for the insights of the report. The document definitely underscores how GEF supported projects not only deliver environmental results, but also generate socio-economic co-benefits, address gender disparities, and integrate indigenous people and local communities. We particularly welcome the evaluation of nature-based solutions, which reveals a transformative approach to protecting ecosystem while promoting the societal benefits. We then look forward to the findings, particularly lessons from the Philippines, India, and other case studies countries, which will inform future project design and could be important for other cross-cutting and similar initiatives. We also believe that the detailed evaluation of socio-economic benefits recognize their critical role in incentivizing environmental action. This data-driven approach that combines the geospatial analysis with socio-economical surveys demonstrates the strength of GEF innovative evaluation methods. In conclusion, we recognize the ongoing efforts to ensure that environmental interventions are impactful, inclusive, and sustainable, and we look forward for the final findings of the mentioned evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you, Vittorio. I'll now give the floor to Anders.
Thank you. I can be quite brief. Sweden welcomes the Independent Evaluation Office report and commends its important work carried out with a high degree of integrity and professionalism, which is also very helpful to us as donors in reviewing the work of the GEF. Just one note, in going through the document, we noted the proposal for additional communication campaigns, and notably with some 3 to 5% of the GEF EAO budget. We are somewhat hesitant to additional resources, mostly because we believe that the current level of communication is already of a very high and impressive standard as displayed in the presentation and fully fit for purpose. So just to note that point, thanks.
Thank you very much, Anders. We will now go back to Geeta to answer to some of these comments and questions. Geeta, back to you.
Thank you very much for the encouraging feedback and the recognition of the changes that we are making. To just quickly respond to civil society, yes, we strongly believe in participatory evaluation, and we look forward to civil participating in our evaluations. We normally organize reference groups and we invite civil society to be part of those reference groups. So point well noted there. On UK Ben, on the competitive advantage, it will come to you in June next year, and it will be an integral part of OPS 8 as well. So it will come to the June 25 Council. Italy, thank you very much for the comments. And yes, NBS and socioeconomic co-benefits. We've been working on these evaluations for a long time to integrate state-of-the-art methodologies, as well as to confirm findings across several countries. And finally, on Sweden's comment, we are not asking for additional resources for communication. We just wanted to give you an idea of the amount we're allocating out of the current budget, because we are starting from a very low base. And so there is a need to allocate a little more this year and next on communication efforts, but we are not seeking additional resources at this time for the additional effort. So just to clarify that. Thank you. Over to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Gita. And to answer Ben's questions, yes, Ben, we will continue with the IEO evaluations. So then agenda item 8, chemicals and waste, agenda item 9, programs in Pacific Small Island Developing States, agenda item 10, GEF's results-based management systems. And if we have time, then we will continue with STEP. If not, will be likely postponed by tomorrow, but we will know as the agenda continues to flow. So with that said, I will now give the floor to Sofia.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and thank you, Gita, for this presentation and for the work that the IEO is conducting. I would just like to join other colleagues in recognizing these huge efforts and the progress we are seeing and the approach that the IEO is taking. So congratulations on that front. Now, Gita, we have a question and actually more of a concern regarding the OPS 8. So it was recently circulated a survey asking us different elements that would fit into the analysis that will come after. But we believe, or we see, I mean, one of the questions is like, what are the underlying assumptions on these questions? Because we believe that there's a direction of kind of a skew in how they were formulated. And we are very much concerned by the fact that they are not being comprehensive enough at the time of taking the economic and environmental trends, as well as the context in which the GEF will operate. We already approved the OPS, like the OPS 8 documents and guidelines last council. But what we see is that when we are taking into account kind of like the financing context of the GEF, we are not considering the particular challenges such as cost of capital, debt elements, fiscal space in which the GEF will have to work, and in the countries specifically that are meant to deliver the global environmental benefits. So we see like kind of as if we were working kind of an ideal planet in which we don't have those issues, and those are critical elements that are that will have a huge influence in how the GEF, in the financing context that the GEF will operate, especially taking into account the countries in which the GEF delivers those environmental benefits. So we are very much concerned that these are not being taken into account. This is something that we will raise also on other agenda items in the future. But we are afraid that if we don't consider these in how we frame the OPS 8, it will be very hard for us to be able to really attain the environmental benefits we are seeking for the GEF and the GEF 9 replenishment. And not including these as part of the discussions and the considerations and the documents that we are presenting, it's something that we don't feel comfortable about. And even this survey, we were like very much like cautious when we did it. So just asking you, were these questions like, you know, like what are the underlying assumptions and how can we really account for the financing context in which the GEF will operate? Because otherwise we will be working on a very kind of incomplete assessment of the context we're working in that will lead to inaccurate maybe recommendations that will even may have unintended consequences when we are proposing the recommendations coming forward. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Sofía. Jonas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So we're impressed with the substantive and relevant evaluations the IEO is working on, and look forward to discussing these reports in more detail at the 2025 Council meeting. The OPS 8 will be especially important as it will help inform the GEF 9 replenishment process. At this stage, we just have two follow-up questions. In terms of the evaluation on socioeconomic co-benefits, will you also be looking at issues of climate change adaptation? And as I think Ben also mentioned, it will be useful to have clear timelines for the evaluations. So for example, when will the evaluation of the GEF support to the KM-GBF be finalized? On this evaluation specifically, we are pleased to see that it will focus on the GEF Trust Fund and the GBFF and their complementarity. So in interest of time, I think I will just stop there, and thank you very much. We really appreciate this impressive work. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Jonas. I'll now give the floor to FAO. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. FAO appreciates the IEO's proactive approach to working with us to host the first ever GEF Agency Evaluation Community of Practice here in Rome earlier this year. We see this as another great example of the comparative advantage of the GEF partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so back to you, Gita.
Thank you very much, Sophia, for your comment. I just want to reassure you that a survey is only one input into an evaluation. And this was our way of reaching out to people to speak up and voice concerns, issues, happiness, what's working well, what's not working well, where are areas GEF can improve. So it's really only one tool. That study is conducting over 150 interviews, country visits, just to make sure we get it right. On the financing context, you're absolutely correct. That is very critical. And the OPS 8 approach paper provided the context within which this replenishment is going to take place. And financing is one big area that we will be covering in the context of OPS 8 as a background as well as a topic for consideration. So I just wanted to reassure you on that front. Jonas, Norway, thank you very much. Socioeconomic co-benefits comes to you next June. We are looking at adaptation in the context of LDCF, SCCF. We will be bringing 2 evaluations next June. The GBFF also mainly covering strategy and process comes to you next June. Now, all the studies, the 32 studies are being completed in time for OPS 8. It's just that we cannot burden the council or any of you, as well as the GEFSEC, in producing too many evaluations for every council. So we are phasing the presentation to the council, but all the main findings and conclusions will be ready in time for OPS 8. So it's just that the official presentation to council will be done over a period of time. And thanks, Jeff, for your comment on FAO. It was a pleasure, and thank you for hosting us. And we look forward to future engagements hosted by other agencies. Thanks. Over to you, Naomi.
Thank you, Gita. This concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see in the chat. So back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Naomi, and thank you so much for coordinating this process, the presenter, Gita, and also the council members for those valuable contributions. I think that concludes this agenda item. I think by your guidance, I think we have to go back to agenda item 6. I think based on what was said, that is agenda item 6 on the report of the chairperson of staff. Is it?
No, Mr. Co-Chair, what we agreed was to continue with the IEO evaluations, and once I will
Okay.
finish those, and
Those
then we
one
will
then.
continue. Yes, correct. So we will,
Okay, all right.
the next one is agenda item 8.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for that clarification. Then the next agenda is agenda item number 8, which is evaluation of GEF interventions in the chemicals and waste focal area and management response. So I'll also invite Peter to present GEF IEO to introduce the document GEF/E/C6801, evaluation of GEF interventions in chemicals and waste focal areas. So Greta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Thank you, Naomi. We will now present the IEO evaluation of GEF interventions in the chemical and waste focal area. I'm joined by my colleague, Zilke Hoyser, who led the evaluation, supported by IEO analysts Eki and Peshwan and a team of consultants.
Thank you.
The evaluation examines GEF's efforts to reduce pollution from persistent organic pollutants and mercury and the recent GEF shift to sector-based approaches. It includes 487 projects from GEF 5 through GEF 8, representing $1.8 billion in GEF grants and $12 billion in GEF co-financing. The IEO team conducted case studies in 6 countries, and we would like to thank the countries and agencies for all their support. The last evaluation on chemicals and waste focal area focused primarily on the artisanal gold mining program. Countries clearly value GEF's support for pollution management. However, better streamlining access to funding and providing stronger support for countries to navigate processes is necessary to maximize impact. GEF interventions in chemicals and waste plays a critical role in helping countries fulfill their obligations under the Stockholm and Minamata Conventions. However, challenges persist in obtaining assistance for submitting the national implementation plans and the Minamata initial assessments. This slide points to the shift towards the sector approach. The chemicals and waste portfolio demonstrates a shift towards integrated programming from a chemical by chemical approach in GEF 5 and GEF 6, as reflected in the increased allocation of funding to programs and child projects. The share of funding for child projects has grown steadily from 29% in GEF 6 to 32% in GEF 7 and 53% in GEF 8. Given the interconnected nature of chemical production, use, disposal, as well as the impact of these processes on human health, ecosystems, and the economy, we feel that an integrated approach to chemicals and waste management is crucial. However, there's a risk of sometimes overlooking legacy chemicals. The sectoral and integrated approach clearly has its advantages, but it has reduced the focus on legacy chemicals. Many countries still need urgent support to manage polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs in short, to meet the 2028 Stockholm Convention deadline. GEF-funded chemicals and waste projects typically focus on 3 pillars: policy and management support, prevention of hazardous chemicals accumulation, and the elimination of existing chemicals and waste. Zilke will now present some of the main findings and conclusions of the evaluation.
Thank you, Gita. The chemicals and waste portfolio matched the overall GEF portfolio in performance, with 88% of projects achieving satisfactory outcome ratings. In terms of sustainability, 78% of projects were rated as likely sustainable, surpassing the broader portfolio's 64%. In addition, the closed portfolio has performed well on M&E, implementation, and execution. Among the implementing agencies, UNIDO manages the largest portfolio, while UNDP has received the largest share of GEF funding. One important factor influencing sustainability in the portfolio is the continued participation of the private sector. For example, since 2002, the GEF has been working with North Macedonia on the phase-out of polychlorinated biphenyls, or PCBs, financing decontamination technology and providing training. On our field visit in 2023, a company that participated in the project continues to provide PCB services a full decade after project closure. In addition to enhancing sustainability, the private sector has been instrumental in driving transformational change by fostering market-oriented strategies, encouraging local business participation, and enabling technological transfer. The private sector has helped catalyze impactful shifts, especially when paired with supportive legislation that enables scale. For example, GEF support for Vietnam's eco-industrial parks promoted resource sharing among neighboring companies. The GEF also supported policy coherence among ministries with diverse and often conflicting mandates. Technological innovation also helped drive success. Through green chemistry projects, the GEF supported companies in replacing harmful chemicals with safer alternatives. For example, a decorative metal plating company in Vietnam effectively eliminated the use of PFAS. Strong legislative frameworks are crucial for the success of chemicals and waste projects. However, we noted that enforcement and outcomes varied widely across countries. For example, in Egypt, legislation prohibited informal collection, and the project helped formalize workers to ensure eco-friendly e-waste dismantling. In contrast, in Jordan, informal waste pickers rendered GEF collection centers ineffective by collecting e-waste directly from households, dismantling it improperly and polluting the environment. Despite many achievements, we also identified several significant challenges in GEF finance projects. There is resistance and limited participation from small and medium enterprises and smaller suppliers. They are a significant part of the private sector in GEF recipient countries. Imported machinery, including lab equipment and waste treatment tools, was underutilized in projects across all 6 case studies we visited due to insufficient staff training, inadequate operation budgets, and a lack of locally available spare parts. And in some countries, the lack of mercury import bans and weak policy enforcement significantly undermined project success. Recent GEF projects have focused on the textile industry supply chain, which is dominated by small and micro enterprises. These businesses face challenges adopting sustainable practices due to limited budgets and technical knowledge, with smaller chemical suppliers often excluded from GEF interventions. The GEF is also addressing mercury pollution in dental amalgam and skin lightening products. Preliminary analysis suggests that success of these interventions will ultimately depend on, first, driving behavior change through awareness raising, and second, designing projects that support better labeling and import bans. Chemicals and waste projects, as pointed out in previous IEO evaluations, have the potential to generate health and socioeconomic benefits. However, we observe that the GEF's current approach to tracking socioeconomic benefits is limited and would benefit from an enhanced results framework to capture such helpful benefits. Thank you.
Additionally, GEF projects often fall short in addressing gender-specific impacts despite the heightened vulnerability of women and babies to harmful chemicals. We're now going to present to you a brief video on our observations during our field visit to Trinidad and Tobago to give you a firsthand view of what we observe on the ground. This is part of our video series Eval Vision, directed and produced by our communications officer, Jimmy Sylvester. Over to you, Jimmy.
Trinidad and Tobago, a country of vibrant landscapes, economic hubs, and environmental challenges. Here, since 2005, the Global Environment Facility has partnered to phase out legacy chemicals like PCBs and harmful pesticides, improve landfill management, and advance plastics recycling. In 2024, an evaluation of the GEF's Chemicals and Waste Program in Trinidad and Tobago, conducted by the Independent Evaluation Office, revealed the following results. The GEF's chemical-by-chemical approach in GEF 5 and GEF 6, farmers adopted safer alternatives to harmful pesticides and implemented proper container management practices. These early initiatives showcased the potential for impactful change.
Now we have more knowledge now. We realize these chemicals was not healthy for us. Health-wise, people who consume our produce. And when you get heavy rainfall, it leach and go into their water courses and it affect the fish. And it can affect people when you're drinking water too from the rivers. So we have to change.
Under GEF 7 and GEF 8, the shift toward an integrated sectoral approach seeks to drive transformative change. In Tobago, a private sector recycling facility intercepts packaging waste before it reaches landfills, creating a circular economy where materials are sold back to factories for reuse. GEF funding has modernized medical waste management by replacing polluting incinerators with environmentally friendly autoclaves. These machines safely sterilize waste, reducing pollution and health risks.
The incineration used to produce a lot of greenhouse gases and UPOPs and so on. And the use of the autoclave has eliminated the on-site production of UPOPs and greenhouse gases.
At landfills, vetiver grass absorbs toxins and purifies water before it reaches wetlands. As part of the Islands project, a new geoengineered site is planned to improve waste disposal sustainably. Despite progress, challenges persist. Formalizing the role of informal waste pickers could reduce environmental harm from unsafe dismantling while improving job security and working conditions.
This is not a hustle for us, this is our job. So we come here daily to pick up things like aluminum, copper, brass, steel, bottles. Some people will say trash, but it is our treasure.
Training and equipment maintenance remain critical issues. At Trinidad and Tobago's Bureau of Standards, an XRF analyzer remains unpacked due to a lack of skilled operators. This reflects a broader trend across case study countries. The absence of champions who can ensure proper maintenance, training, and access to spare parts poses a significant barrier to the sustainability of equipment. Critical gaps in addressing major industries like oil and gas and mercury management highlight the need for strengthened local environmental legislation. While successes like safer pesticide alternatives, private sector engagement in recycling, and innovative medical waste solutions highlight significant progress, addressing ongoing challenges in capacity building, equipment maintenance, and regulatory enforcement remains essential for lasting impact.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Based on the findings and conclusions, we developed 4 recommendations. 1, strengthen the focus on policy and regulatory reform. 2, strengthen regulatory frameworks and support engagement with the broader private sector, including SMEs, to enhance sustainability. 3, ensure that investments in autoclaves, lab equipment, and other machinery for chemicals and waste are fully utilized. And lastly, integrate health co-benefit indicators into monitoring frameworks. Thank you, Co-Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. And going forward to the next agenda item, then can I invite Mr. Anil to introduce the document GEF/C6807, Management Response to the Evaluation of GEF Intervention in Chemical and Waste Focal Area. Mr. Anil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Geeta and Jalain, for the excellent presentation and capturing all the nuances in chemical waste pollution. Yeah, I just have, I'm not here to comment on that, but I would like to add a recommendation which to the GEF. Especially, I was going back on the slide where we are talking about the resistance from the SME sectors, which forms the major, what do you call, I wouldn't say customer base or the client base, which is involved in this small chemical waste pollution. I think probably, I mean, as part of your future strategy or part of GEF 9, probably we can think of there's 2 alternatives which I would recommend. One is to engage with the industrial associations in the developing countries, especially in going forward in the MICs where this is accelerating much faster, and also with the CSOs associated with that, and have more interactive seminars or I wouldn't say conferences, rather interactive workshops with this SME groups of various, segregate them sector-wise and have that. I know there's a little bit of a stretch beyond the OFP's activities, but this is something which I think that GEF has to slightly switch in a much more accelerated mode and then bring in the legislation. And when you go to them, don't go in saying that, I would say that also work out on the cost benefit which they can get, because that's a language, that's the only language that they will understand. If they are going to switch from doing, and move away from the regular, the practices into a new practice of doing things differently, the cost benefits of that, which is both short-term and the long-term, that homework which we'll have to do, the GEF will have to do it and then go back to the industry as well as to them to get them, increase the awareness as you go forward for implementing the changes which is required in to contain the chemical and the pollution and the waste pollution there. That's one of the recommendations which I had. And with regard to the legal regulatory provisions, I think most of the countries where the MDBs are very deeply engaged, they are having working on this provision. So I would say that we should also, apart from working with the country, also lean a little bit on the MDBs where they are intensively involved, especially in the MICs, and ensure that if you're providing the GEF funds, it should be a little bit of a conditional provision where, and it should be based on the performance indicator which they achieve, that the disbursement should go out of the GEF funds, so that there is a incentive there for them to do that particular regulatory changes, or the bring in the legal provisions to have them enacted and then get the grants across. Thank you. I stop there.
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that you are muted. We cannot hear you.
Thank you very much, Anil. I think that was very, very brief. So can I now invite the council members to for comments, and this will be coordinated by the secretary.
Mr. Co-Chair, I believe that we still need to give the floor to Mr. Anil Sokito from the GEF Secretariat to provide the management response. So I will go back to you to invite Mr. Anil.
Yes. I thought he has already done that, sorry. So Mr. Anil, can you take up the floor to present the GEF/C68 on management response to the evaluation of GEF intervention in chemicals and waste focal area? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. There are two Anils on the council.
It's a different Anil. Oh, okay. So, sorry.
My apologies, Anil. I thought it was me. Sorry.
Yes, okay. So that's okay.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. The GEF Secretariat welcomes the IEO's evaluation of GEF interventions in the chemicals and waste focal area from GEF 5 to GEF 8. We're encouraged by the findings that the GEF has been instrumental in reducing the use and improper disposal of hazardous chemicals and safeguarding human health by so doing. We highly value the evaluation's findings that the GEF has played a crucial role in supporting countries to meet their commitments under international environmental agreements and has achieved considerable success in reducing the prevalence of hazardous chemicals and waste. The evaluation contains 4 recommendations that our colleagues mentioned, and the GEF Secretariat agrees with all. On recommendation A, strengthening the focus on policy and regulatory reforms, awareness and communications within chemicals and waste projects and programs, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. Several ongoing and upcoming GEF programs and projects are already incorporating these elements into their design. We will continue to work with countries and implementing agencies to ensure the widespread adoption of these practices. On recommendation B, strengthening regulatory frameworks and further engagement with the broader private sector, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. We are committed to supporting countries in formalizing informal sectors, enforcing anti-pollution laws, and implementing extended producer responsibility legislation where appropriate. Several ongoing GEF projects are already working to integrate informal workers into the formal economy, including in e-waste management, artisanal and small-scale gold mining, and plastics recycling and management. We will furthermore continue to support the financial viability and technical capacity of small and medium enterprises through investments in advanced technologies and capacity building support, such as an ongoing incubator and accelerator to build capacity of SMEs in chemicals and waste management in the Caribbean that is being implemented by the Inter-American Development Bank. On recommendation C, the full utilization of investments in autoclaves, laboratory equipment, and other machinery for chemicals and waste management associated with indigenous or imported technologies, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. We are actively incorporating these considerations into project design with a focus on identifying and promoting locally developed technologies, such as in the ICOAST program that was approved yesterday by Council. We are committed to further strengthening project design to ensure the long-term operation and maintenance of these technologies. On recommendation D, the integration of health co-benefit indicators into project designs and the design and monitoring frameworks, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. This recommendation aligns with the founding principles of the multilateral environmental agreements in the chemicals and waste focal area, specifically the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants and the Minamata Convention on Mercury, which aim to prevent adverse health impacts on humans and the environment. We will assess health-related indicators during the GEF 9 replenishment and incorporate relevant health-related indicators into project design and monitoring frameworks where appropriate. Allow me to conclude by recognizing the valuable insights provided by the IU's evaluation of the chemicals and waste focal area. The GEF Secretariat is committed to continuous improvement and, accordingly, will address the IU's recommendations to further enhance our effectiveness in the chemicals and waste focal area. We will track progress on the implementation of these recommendations through the IU's Management Action Record. With that, I thank you, and I hand back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Anil, for that very brief interpretive report. So at this point, I think I will now invite the floor for questions and comments with the presentation done by Gita and the rest. So can I allow the secretary to coordinate that process? Yes.
Sure, Mr. Co-Chair. So now the floor is open for interventions, and Anders, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sweden welcomes the comprehensive analysis by an independent evaluation office and largely supports its recommendations. I will strive to be brief, but just to say that this report has been read with great interest in our ministries and agencies associated, so we'll have a few comments. On recommendations A and B, they are indeed central to ensure sustainable control of chemicals with a focus on developing legislation. However, the difference between them is somewhat unclear, as both address developing rules affecting the private sector. It is important to formalize sectors to include them in related legislation, for instance, linked to what Anil mentioned of informal workers, to include legislation on protection of workers. On recommendation C, Sweden is somewhat skeptical because projects for technology transfer supporting laboratory capacity should only receive support if demanded by applicable legislation. And this is important in view of ensuring that long-term capacity is and will be maintained. Furthermore, it's not always essential to establish new laboratories for testing of chemicals if such data is already available. D, we are supportive of. On point 15 on EPR, while EPR is not a universal solution globally, it is an important instrument which can also be adapted nationally and sectorally. Then a point on the workshop. Sweden very much welcomes that workshops should have a more clear results focus and welcomes an evaluation of the workshop format in view of achieving further efficiency. This is something we would welcome in all focal areas in view of further increasing the efficiency of workshops, while identifying opportunities where we could also free resources from workshops to the more operational activities and results in implementing countries. Sweden welcomes the recommendation on that a more clear private sector integration is crucial for achieving sustainable long-term results. In relation to point 9 and 10, we therefore support recommendations on reviewing how to further review best practices for knowledge transfer and self-financing of future maintenance. Merely providing the technology is usually not sufficient. So what was mentioned in the presentation on training, that is indeed critical, and we very much support that. And finally, we agree that there need to be more efforts on phasing out legacy chemicals, and in particular PCBs. It would be very much welcome to continue with this work, while we also commend the strong process on phasing out persistent organic pollutants, which is a strong achievement of GF8. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anders. CSO Network, Steiger, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. The CSO Network welcomes the IU assessment of the chemical and waste focal area, recognizing its critical role in supporting countries to meet obligations under different framework and protocols. While we commend the progress made in shifting to an integrated life cycle approach to chemical management, urgent gaps remain that require immediate attention. Persistent regional disparities in South Asia and Africa highlight the disproportionate impact of hazardous chemicals and waste on vulnerable communities. Outdated environmental standards in many countries further exacerbate risks, undermining effort to address emerging pollutants like microplastic and PFAS. which pose a growing threat to ecosystem and public health. The alarming detection earlier this year of microplastic in human tissues, including reproductive organs, underscore the need for urgent, innovative action to prevent further harm. We also note significant challenges in wastewater management, particularly the continued dumping of untreated wastewater into freshwater resources like lakes and coastal areas. These practices not only jeopardize public health, but also threaten biodiversity and water sustainability. Policies to enforce sustainable wastewater solutions must be prioritized. Furthermore, capacity and technology gaps persist in underdeveloped regions, limiting the ability of governments, communities, and small enterprises to implement effective chemical and waste management systems. Therefore, greater investment in capacity building, safety and protection of workers, technology transfer, and institutional resilience is critical for achieving sustainable outcomes. Finally, we call on the GEF to incorporate health co-benefit indicators into project monitoring frameworks to better capture the societal benefits of chemical and waste interventions. Complementing this, climate education initiatives also on this should be prioritized to empower local communities with the knowledge and tools to address environmental challenges effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martín, floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. En primer lugar, agradecemos tanto a la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente por el informe y a la Secretaría por la respuesta y por las propuestas de cómo abordar las sugerencias. Apoyamos el proyecto de decisión en este ítem de agenda y quisiéramos destacar que es la primera vez que se hace una evaluación en esta área focal y que de sus resultados se deriva que por la madurez que ya tiene, se trata de un área focal del GEF que requeriría una estrategia de programación que apoye la implementación y no solamente ya un diagnóstico. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Martín. André, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Noemi. Switzerland would like to thank the IEO for its insightful evaluation of the chemicals and waste focal area. As you know, this focal area has always been of special importance for Switzerland, and we therefore very much appreciate to learn about the significant contributions the GEF has made in supporting countries to manage chemicals and waste in a sustainable manner. We fully agree with the suggested recommendations and are pleased with the management response to the evaluation, including the full agreement to the recommendations and the suggested steps to be taken by the GEF, in particular in the context of the GEF 9 programming directions. We have a question to the IEO. Based on your evaluation, what kind of measures would be most helpful to better integrate the indicated health co-benefits, taking into account the absence of health indicators and the long-term nature of health impacts? And are there now more health indicators available than, for example, during GEF 5 or 6? Noting that the evaluation also always covers all the projects and programs. And then a question to the GEF Secretariat. You largely point to the implementation of the recommendations in the context of the GEF 9 programming directions. What are some of the main ideas you already have now and that you can share for intended revisions in the context of the GEF 9 programming directions to implement these recommendations in the chemicals and waste focal area? Thank you very much, Noemi.
Thank you very much. Yoko-san, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. Japan welcomes the evaluation on GEF intervention in the chemicals and waste focal area and management response. We would like to note that the targets for core indicator 9, measuring the elimination, reduction, and avoidance of POPs, mercury, and ODS, were less frequently achieved. We understand that at the time of concept note approval, the accuracy of the measurement can be low. However, would expect the IEO to examine the reason for low achievement of global environmental benefits and suggest the way for improvement in terms of project design and implementation. This can be applied for other areas than chemical and waste. We agree with the IEO's recommendation B to strengthen regulatory frameworks and further engagement with the broader private sector. However, as the management response says, extended producer responsibility is not the silver bullet, and we need to consider regulatory approaches depending on each country's situation. In addition, the concept of EPR relevant to this discussion is for private sector to cover a part of waste management costs, which are traditionally covered by the public sector. While EPR is expected to contribute to strengthen circularity, its effect to the reduction of chemical use is not as significant compared to the direct intervention to measures to reduce harmful substances during manufacturing. Since the GEF project and program's mandate is to reduce the POPs, mercury, and ODS, it is important not to undermine the objectives. Similarly, recommendation C, the GEF needs to ensure that investments for chemicals and waste management associated with indigenous or imported technologies are fully utilized. It's an important perspective to incorporate, but the objective to reduce the harmful substances should be prioritized higher than ensuring such investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to the IEO to reply, followed by Anil. Then we may continue with the list of speakers. So Geeta, back to you.
Thank you very much. These are all very good points. I will address those related to the IEO. One is regarding Switzerland's comment on what would be the most useful way and what kind of health indicators would be helpful. So given that the GEF has not focused on collecting health indicators to date, however, there are surveys available through the WHO as well as at national levels, then data can be used to actually complement some of the outcomes. And I would suggest that, you know, I think overburdening an M&E system is not the way to go, and that maybe even collecting this kind of information in a handful of projects where it makes a difference and it matters would be a more efficient way to go rather than trying to overburden the system with a lot of new indicators. So that's one suggestion. And there is data out there, and we've used it in a couple of our evaluations. Japan, thank you, Yoko. I think suggesting a way forward on improving, you know, baseline data, etc. I think, so one thing we are doing for OPS 8 is a quality at entry exercise based on the commitments made in the GEF 8 programming directions. So looking at the indicators that are highlighted, you know, there's a lot of information in the programming directions on transformative change, on systems approach. So we're going to be looking at this in the recently approved projects to look at the extent to which this is captured in the results measurement frameworks. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to you, Anil, for the management response reply.
Thank you, Naomi, and thanks, council members and colleagues for the comments. I'll answer the ones that we have. From Sarah from the CSO, we note your points on the more efforts in African Asian exposure to microplastics and others, and we will be looking at that in the context of our work that we support on plastics. On wastewater solutions, it's not necessarily part of what the focal area does, but we have been coordinating very closely with the International Waters focal area. So two of the programs that were approved yesterday, the tourism program, which is the ICOAST program, and the agriculture program, which is the Farm Plus program, combines chemicals and waste resources and international waters resources to be able to address wastewater issues. And we work very closely with our colleagues on that. So your point is also very well noted. on safety of workers, that works into the comments from Switzerland and others on the health co-indicators, and we are planning to start that work. We recognize that the conventions that we serve on chemicals and waste were built on human exposure and the health impacts it causes. And so we have already reached out to our GEF agencies that work on chemicals and waste, and we'll also be reaching out to other agencies that have more of a mandate on health, including WHO and ILO, to do that. And comments from Switzerland, thank you for your great support to chemicals and waste generally. We always count on the Swiss to be a strong advocate for chemicals and waste. And a lot of what we plan to do in the GEF 9 replenishment context, we've already started in GEF 8. So, for example, we'll be working, as I said, on the health indicators, to be working with our partners in the GEF agencies and the broader partners working on health. On the recommendations on equipment, we note the IU's comments on those, and projects and programs that we've been developing in GEF 8 have been looking and shifting to locally developed and surfaced technologies, where we're using incubators and accelerators to do that. So we have examples of that already from GEF 7 in the Islands program, where we have an incubator with the Inter-American Development Bank that's looking at building small businesses and technologies that are appropriate and fit for purpose in the Caribbean. Similarly, we have incubators that work on the green chemistry space that UNIDO is helping us on, that looks at building SMEs and industries and green chemistry investments that are locally based to help address some of these imported technologies that don't necessarily have the types of spare parts and the capacity to deal with it. In terms of any recommendations on the private sector engagement, we are more proactively engaging through our projects and programs with the private sector. Again, in the Islands program, and for example, we work very closely with the cruise ship industry and the shipping industry, as well as the hotel industry, which interface in small island development states in terms of pollution. We are also yesterday in the work program, the council approved a new initiative, which is a chemicals finance facility that is being supported by the Asian Development Bank and UNIDO, which actively is going to be attracting private sector investment into chemicals and waste and working more proactively with them. And with that, I will hand back the floor to Naomi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. We will now continue with the list of speakers, starting with Laura. We have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Naomi. First of all, I would like to thank the IEO for your very hard work. It's also always very useful to read your evaluations, and it also gives us very valuable evidence also for our taxpayers that the GEF is achieving important results. We would also like to welcome this evaluation, and it acknowledges the good work that has been done in the past in tackling PCB stockpiles and legacy chemicals. And the evaluation also notes that the shift to a sector-wide approach of the GEF has led to less attention for tackling those legacy chemicals, while this is still urgently needed. And there is therefore a risk of critical gap in targeted chemical management support at a time when it is most essential. However, the conclusion does not lead to a recommendation that the Secretariat could respond to. So does this mean that the GEF focuses rather more on that sector-wide approach and no longer on individual chemicals? In that case, we need to ensure enough attention and action to tackle also those legacy chemicals in line with convention obligations. And finally, the evaluation also notes the challenges in accessing finance, especially related to the Stockholm Convention. So we were wondering, how can the GEF, together with convention secretariats, provide further assistance and guidance to countries to address these challenges of access? Thank you.
Many thanks, Laura. Ben, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Naomi, and firstly, many thanks for the presentation. And also many thanks for the report, and we appreciate again the innovation of having a quick scan section at the start of the evaluation report. That's very helpful. We also appreciate the clarity which was provided by the Eval Vision video, which you just presented, in a way of bringing the evaluation to life, enabling you to communicate IEO's findings to a broader community. We also agree with Laura's points on the importance of IEO's evaluation. Turning to evaluation, the UK welcomes the evaluation, and in particular its findings that GEF plays a crucial role in supporting countries to meet their commitments under international environmental agreements, and has achieved considerable success in reducing the prevalence of hazardous chemicals and waste. We agree with GEF Secretariat's proposed approach to recommendations. And in the process of incorporating these findings in GEF's programming, could the Secretariat clarify how you'll consider its approach will be aligned with the aims and recommendations of a recently agreed global framework on chemicals, particularly given the recommendations around regulatory frameworks, private sector engagement, heightened public awareness, and how those map neatly onto the GFC's unique multi-stakeholder approach to target delivery. Finally, just to note that we note that the GEF Secretariat agrees with all of the 4 recommendations from the evaluation, and we're happy to endorse their management response and the decision. Thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. Annette, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Also to Gita and her team, and the efforts of the GEF Secretariat, the management responses. We very much agree with the points that have been raised around SMEs and relation to health policy and indicators. And thanks for mentioning the availability of data from other agencies and the management response here. So it's very encouraging to see that the Secretariat fully agrees with the recommendations and implements them swiftly. We'd like to make a point around capacity building. Implementing agencies and other intergovernmental organizations such as ILO and WHO can accelerate capacity building and institutional strengthening through more tailor-made assistance of developing countries. Therefore, we would like or we'd appreciate to see further opportunities identified within GEF that could be assessed in this regard. Also, others have made the point around policy and regulatory frameworks. So we'd like to encourage the Secretariat and the implementing agencies to make more use of existing UN structures at national and regional level, such as, for example, the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. This could help to strengthen the political ownership and therefore policy and legislative measures. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Annette. I will now give the floor to Rob. Floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Noemi. Yes, for the US, this focal area is also near and dear to our hearts. So I would like to just agree with Switzerland on that point. And so we were very happy to see this evaluation. We think it was time for an evaluation. We agree with we really appreciate the presentation from the IEO and with the management response. We agree with the recommendations, and we agree with the management response. We appreciate the continued strong programming emphasis on chemicals and waste focal area, especially those supporting the implementation of the Stockholm and Minamata conventions. I think there's been a couple of interesting things that are brought out here. I think we're encouraged that that there's the focal area is more moved towards a broader sector-wide approach for its projects. But as Laura pointed out from Finland, that we really do need to be vigilant to ensure that there is no gap in providing targeted chemical management to support implementation of the binding obligations under the MEAs, such as safely disposing of PCBs. And I think, as others pointed out, this is going to be a really important focal area moving forward. We have the global framework on chemicals that the last speaker just pointed out. For I think Ben or maybe Ben pointed out. I think we also are, moving forward in the plastic pollution negotiations, as Stephanie pointed out in the remarks in the chat. And I know, at least it's no secret, I don't think it's a secret to anyone, that we would really like to see the GEF be the financial mechanism for the plastic pollution treaty. So we think we need to think through, as a council, the future of this focal area. Our GEF agency is going to be positioned to scale for this work. What other kinds of activities are going to need to be funded? How are GEF agencies going to be addressing gaps in this programming area? So yes, we're very appreciative of this this study. We think it raises a lot of interesting questions. We appreciate the management response, and we think this is really just the beginning, that we really need to think about how this focal area is going to grow in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, so maybe back to the IEO and then to Anil. Gita, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Naomi. I didn't see any questions, and thank you all for the appreciation. It was a team that led this work over a year and a half. And I just want to say thank you to the GEF Secretariat, Anil and his team, as well as the agencies. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Gita. So Anil, back to you.
Thanks, Naomi. I'll just probably address a couple of things that I heard. Just broadly on the shift to a sectoral approach, and on the legacy issues. So the switch to the sectoral approach was very intentional during the last couple replenishments. And it was more to be able to have a narrative that was more attractive to the private sector, so that we can have them more engaged in the focal area. Because when you start talking about PCBs or DDT, people get turned off, and especially with the private sector. So really, the conversation has helped us attract the level of private sector engagement in the focal area that we've seen over the last decade or so. Notwithstanding that, we continue to support the legacy issues, and yesterday as well, the council approved a fairly large programmatic approach to address polychlorinated biphenyls, the PCB issues, which is, while we've supported over 142 projects on PCB management, the COPs at the last two meetings felt the need to accelerate action, and based on that guidance, we have provided that. We do address single chemicals also through manufacturing phase outs, and that happens in a few countries only that manufacture the chemicals that we look after, and we deal with the legacy issues. So those are continued to happen, and while we've programmed quite aggressively in the last 6 months or so to get up to speed with the rest of the focal areas of the GEF, we still have 40-something% of resources that are planned to work on some of the legacy issues. So that's not forgotten. On the access to the enabling activities, the replenishment has since I've been at GEF, it's always allocated resources to the enabling activities, particularly to those that are related to the Stockholm Convention, which requires periodic updates to the national implementation plans due to listing of new chemicals. And we proactively are working with the GEF agencies and countries to bring several of those forward, and primarily UNEP and UNIDO, which are going to be in the next couple of months submitting bundled projects. So they bundle a number of countries together in a fairly larger enabling activity, and those will be coming forward to the GEF for approval. So we're on track for those. On the Minamata side, we've so far approved and funded 120 Minamata initial assessments, and those were meant to be one-off activities through the early action program that was approved in the end of GEF 5 by the council to help countries to ratify the convention. And as countries become parties, they are accessing those resources. In terms of national action plans, those are also on track, and countries that have requested accessing those resources, but we continue to work with the GEF agencies and countries to outreach to ensure that those resources are fully programmed. And then we have the new enabling activities under Minamata, which was approved at the last council in June, that we're working with countries and the GEF agencies to bring a package of those forward in the next several months as well. So that's well on track. Ben from UK raised the topic of the global framework on chemicals, and we're fully aware of programming of that one. We were involved throughout the intersessional process leading up to the ICCM 5 to arrive at the GFC. And that happened while we were doing the GEF 8 replenishment. So we've embedded programming in the programming directions of chemicals and waste, work on the global framework of chemicals, where we specifically support work that requires global action and global coordination. And in the past, in the previous, in previous iteration, which was SICOM, topics like e-waste, which we initially started work under the SICOM framework, has now become mainstreamed within the focal area and is a large part of what we program. So, for example, in June, the council also approved a large programmatic approach on electronics management. So we are working on the GFC. We do plan to meet with the new head of the Secretariat of the GFC, Kay Williams, who's joined, but she needs time to get on speed and get on board. So we plan to have meetings with her and her team in January to see which areas would need additional support in GEF 8 and into GEF 9, particularly on areas such as the antimicrobial resistance topics and environmentally persistent pharmaceuticals. And and just to note, the US's strong support for chemicals and waste, both at the conventions but also during the last replenishment. So thanks, Rob, for your continued support. So I'll hand back the floor back to Naomi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. And before we go back to the co-chair, the chair wanted to make some remarks under this agenda item. So, Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Noemi. I want to thank Gita and the whole IEO team for this very constructive, very productive, very objective, very straightforward evaluation. We welcome your recommendations, and we will do our utmost to implement and expand and grow. Also, I want to thank Claude, Fred, and particularly Anit for the heavy lifting in the effort to really invest more and bring more synergies across the different conventions as we expand and grow in our chemicals and waste focal area. Yesterday, I mentioned in my opening statement that the planet health signals are flashing red, and definitely pollution is one of the biggest, by far, the challenges that we have. If you see the Johan Rockstrom global planetary boundaries, pollution, and particularly water pollution, is even bigger and more complex than the climate and biodiversity challenges that we had. The French government did a fabulous event on the Once Water Summit during COP16 in Riyadh, who really positioned these topics, and the interlink of chemicals waste with climate and biodiversity was extremely clear. And that is why I feel that we're doing progress, not just in mobilizing resources, but addressing the systemic problem in a very systemic manner as we go ahead with our integrated programs. During Cali, COP16, CBD, I was able to tour with Rolf Paget, the head of the BRS conventions, to a site that we were supporting, where I learned a lot about the complexities of being able to work with PCBs. It is complex, and you need very strong private sector engagement. So, and I was very impressed not just on the technical complexities, but also I was very positively impressed on how the private sector is willing to mobilize resources to complement the GEF resources in this area. Now, as I look into the future, GEF 8 is an opportunity to expand and upscale what we've been doing in this focal area of chemicals and waste, but also very importantly, the fact that the plastics conversation, I want to elaborate a little bit on what Rob mentioned, that I have no doubt that the GEF is a cost-effective option at the potential financial mechanism for the plastic conventions based on our track record and based on what we've been doing here. And even though I felt that there was not that much support for being considered the GEF one of the financial mechanisms for the plastic treaty by GEF recipient countries, that has to do particularly, and this is my personal impression, with the fact that those plastic negotiators from GEF recipient countries not necessarily know the GEF agenda on waste and chemicals and waste. And here my willingness with the constituencies and the GEF Council from recipient constituencies on our willingness to support you in the needed dialogues at the country level within country council members, GEF operational focal point, and those plastic negotiators. Because when those plastic negotiators, and I went through a few conversations with them, when they see what we have been doing for a couple of decades on this topic, they will have a very different impression. Once more, I believe that a systemic problem needs a systemic approach. GEF moves faster and faster towards more integrated approach, or more inclusive approach, and that will give us a great, I would say, advantage in terms of cost effectiveness, as our overhead is around 3.5%. Finally, I want to say that sometimes I feel like an irony that we are competing as an option with GEF implementing agencies, which shouldn't be the case. But nevertheless, this is the situation. I look for a personal engagement in being able to provide all data and evidence for a good cost-effective analysis in the definition of those financial mechanisms for the future plastic convention. So thank you so much for the possibility of complementing the presentation by IU. Over to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Sio. And I think you mentioned something very, very key. I have been part of this plastic negotiation, and actually in Busan, you can realize that people really, a lot of countries who are benefiting a lot in terms of waste management, which is a component of issues related to plastic, but they really lose sight of the contribution that GEF is doing. And I think, as I mentioned yesterday, that aspect of really putting those things into perspective is very, very key, because a lot of things are going on, which people or most of these countries that are benefiting, they actually lose sight of. So I think it's important going forward, how can we really integrate those aspects so that people are realizing that the plastic aspect is a component of other things that GEF is contributing, particularly in chemical and waste management. So thank you so much for those valuable points. And then at this point, I would like now invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document, GEF slide C68/07. I've received no objections, so the decision is adopted. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it. And I think now we are going back to the...
No, we still have a point, item number 9.
Number 9 continues,
yeah,
okay.
Small island states.
Okay, okay. So, okay, we are now on item number 9, which is evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific and small island development states and the management response. So on that note, I will invite Peter Batra from the GEF IEO to introduce document GEF/E/6 C6802, evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific Small Island developing states. Gita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. In this session, we will present the findings and recommendations of GEF programs in Pacific SIDS. The evaluation of the Caribbean SIDS is currently underway and will feed into the overall OPS 8 assessment. The evaluation lead for this evaluation is Anna Vig, supported by Razek Niembro and consultants. So we're going to cover 3 GEF programs. And if you recall, this is the second evaluation focusing on programmatic interventions. The first one we brought to you last time was on the Global Wildlife Program. So this one covers climate proofing development in the Pacific, the CPDP program, the Ridge to Reef National Priorities Program, and the Implementing Sustainable Low and Non-Chemical Development, or the ISLANDS program. The evaluation covers 19 national and regional child projects in 14 Pacific Island countries. GEF agencies implementing the portfolio include UNDP, FAO, UNEP, and ADB. 3 case studies were also conducted through field visits in Fiji, Tonga, and Vanuatu. The evaluation assessed program responsiveness to the Pacific SIDS environmental priorities, program compatibility between child projects and parent programs, as well as with other funded interventions in the region, program effectiveness in achieving outcomes and sustainability, and timeliness in execution. Anna's going to present the findings and conclusions.
Thank you, Gita. The evaluation revealed both significant progress and persistent challenges. The evaluation noted a strategic shift from standalone projects to integrated multifocal programs, which has enhanced environmental outcomes and resulted in more inclusive interventions. This shows significant progress in integrated programming since IEO's 2019 SIDS evaluation. However, this evaluation also identified ongoing challenges, such as project delays, limited institutional capacity, and concerns about long-term sustainability. In terms of relevance and strategic alignment, the evaluation found strong correlation with national priorities, including NDCs, SDGs, and the Samoa Pathway, as well as with country-specific development plans. 18 of the 19 projects engaged with national environmental legislation, and most of the projects aligned with international environmental conventions. When it comes to coherence, 13 of the 19 child projects are highly aligned with parent program objectives. The evaluation found strong complementarity with other development projects and donor efforts, and the programs facilitated knowledge sharing across countries. For example, 10 R2R projects developed mechanisms for transferring knowledge and skills within the program. And the ISLANDS Global Child Project has facilitated cross-regional learning. Although cross-sectoral implementation remains complex, with challenges in harmonizing interventions and varying levels of government support across countries. The evaluation highlights both successes and challenges of effectiveness and results. Strong outcomes were observed in protected area management and disaster resilience. For example, the R2R regional project completed 14 national pilots testing innovative technologies by engaging stakeholder networks, local leaders, and building partnerships. In Samoa, over 12,000 people benefited from improved flood management through climate-resilient measures. In Niue, marine protected areas were established extending 50 nautical miles around islands, exceeding the target by 800 times. In all these cases, this was achieved by combining strong local engagement, practical innovation, and alignment with existing governance structures. On the other hand, significant challenges were also identified. In reforested areas in Fiji, some low survival rates of less than 30% were observed compared to a typical average of 55%. In Nauru, while biodiversity surveys of sea snakes, Pacific flying foxes, and cave fauna were conducted, species management plans were not developed due to high staff turnover and a focus on technical rather than strategic project outcomes. Also, regional islands projects had achieved only 5% of its outputs, spent just 7.2% of the budget, despite 40% of the project timeline having passed. The programs have demonstrated additionality, providing value beyond standalone projects, such as enhanced knowledge sharing by the Islands Program facilitating cross-regional learning, improved regional coordination by the R2R program, harmonizing actions across 14 countries, and the CPDP program's flexibility allowed for responsive shifts in focuses to meet urgent local needs while maintaining programmatic coherence. Programs also had greater ability to attract co-financing and to engage diverse stakeholders. The additionality underscores the critical role of GEF in addressing systemic issues that require multilateral cooperation and innovative approaches. The evaluation identified several systemic challenges affecting all child projects. Administrative bottlenecks, such as project staff recruitment taking up to 1 year, slow fund transfers, and insufficient preparation of startup activities like budgets, project operations manuals, and procurement plans created a cascade of delays throughout the project cycle. Overall, limited institutional capacity impedes project management, and there is clearly room for improvement in coordination and collaboration across GEF agencies and other development partners. Increasing partnerships with regional organizations in the Pacific could build institutional capacity and country ownership. Based on the findings of this evaluation, the IEO reached 3 recommendations.
The first one is maximizing impact through better coordination. So enhance coordination and collaboration to maximize development impact and resource efficiency through strengthening existing coordination, donor alignment, government alignment, and expanded partnerships. Second, improving alignment and delivery between parent and child projects. Between Pacific SIDS parent programs and their associated child projects. A more streamlined M&E framework at the program level will enable better tracking of outcomes, facilitate adaptive management, and support strategic decision-making. Developing sustainable capacity. Here, mainly given implementation constraints in Pacific SIDS, programs should establish realistic objectives aligned with local institutional capabilities and provide focused capacity building in project management, environmental governance, and technical skills. GEF should explore opportunities to work with regional organizations to increase the pool of qualified agencies working in the region. Thank you. Over to you, Co-Chair and Naomi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kita, for the presentation. And going forward, I would also like to invite Ms. Aisha Bob Sumble to introduce document GEF/6 C6806 Management Response to Evaluation of GEF Program in Pacific Small Islands Development Stage. So Ms. Aisha Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to bring you the management response to the evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific SIDS. The GEF Secretariat welcomes the report and is in overall agreement with its findings, conclusions, and recommendations. We note the findings of the evaluation, highlighting that significant progress has been observed in GEF's programmatic approaches since the last SIDS evaluation. We are encouraged that the evaluation highlights that GEF programs in Pacific SIDS are strategically aligned with regional priorities, advancing key environmental and development goals. We are pleased with the finding that knowledge management, innovation, and socioeconomic co-benefits across the programs contributed to program effectiveness, and that knowledge management proved to be a particular strength. This evaluation provided 3 recommendations with which the GEF Secretariat is in agreement or in partial agreement. Regarding recommendation 1 on enhanced coordination and collaboration, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. Building on existing mechanisms to enhance coordination and collaboration, the GEF will continue to seek both immediate and long-term opportunities to strengthen these with external partners. In reference to recommendation 2 on strengthening program effectiveness through improved alignment between parent programs and child projects, the GEF Secretariat is in agreement. There have been notable enhancements through the implementation of the GEF 8 results measurement framework and improvements in aggregate program level reporting mechanisms. On recommendation 3 related to institutional capacity development, this recommendation contains 5 distinct points. We are in agreement with 3 of these points, and we partially agree with 2 points. Notably, the GEF Secretariat partially agrees with Part A, which recommends that programs should include realistic objectives in line with local capabilities. As the GEF is country demand driven, the extent to which the GEF can influence the interests of countries in particular programs is limited. The GEF Secretariat agrees with Part B on the need for enhanced capacity building and Part D on practical training while building long-term institutional resilience. As the GEF continues to support overall capacity building within countries, efforts continue to be made to incorporate these in project and program design. We partially agree with Part C on incorporating traditional knowledge and existing governance structures in capacity building efforts. Since GEF 5, there has been a progressive focus by the GEF Secretariat on inclusion. However, careful consideration will need to be made balancing the unique country context and cultural norms in which projects are delivered with the need to meet the requirements of accessing GEF funding. The GEF Secretariat agrees with Part E to explore opportunities to accredit regional organizations, thereby increasing the pool of qualified GEF agencies working in the region. The forthcoming GEF 9 replenishment negotiations will offer the opportunity to further the discussion on this part of the recommendation. We further note that the GEF Secretariat will work to propose new mechanisms or strengthen existing ones in support of all institutional capacity development points presented in the recommendation. Permit me to conclude by emphasizing that the GEF Secretariat is committed to continuing to meet the unique needs of the SIDS, and in this regard to ensuring that program design and implementation are strengthened to enhance effectiveness and sustainability. In this regard, this report provides useful insights on the performance of integrated programming in this subregion, noting challenges, opportunities, and lessons to inform future GEF interventions in SIDS. We will track progress on the implementation of the report's various recommendations through the IEO's Standard Management Action Record. Thank you, and I hand it back to the co-chair.
Thank you very much, Asha. And that takes us to the next item, that is inviting the council members for their comments and contribution or questions. So I can hand over the floor to Naomi to proceed on that.
Thank you, co-chair. I see that the CSO network has requested the floor. So, Saga, floor is yours.
Thank you for the response. We welcome the GEF's recognition of the unique challenges faced by Pacific SIDS and its commitment to strengthening inclusion under GEF 9. The stated intention to enhance capacity for applying inclusion principles into project design, preparation, and execution is an important step. Leveraging governance structure, local CSOs, traditional knowledge, and community engagement is essential for achieving sustained and meaningful project benefits. However, we'd like to ask, how will traditional knowledge be systematically integrated into project plans? Capacity building remains a key priority, and we welcome the focus on practical training and institutional resilience. However, we urge the GEF to ensure that capacity building resources and support reach local institutions effectively. The proposal to accredit regional organizations to increase the pool of GEF agencies is promising, but again, we ask, how will this expand and balance the complexity of managing partnerships while ensuring that new agencies meet the GEF standards? Finally, we commend the progress made so far, but stress the importance of moving beyond commitments to tangible actions. We look forward to collaborating with the Secretariat to ensure inclusive principles and local engagement become central to future programs, fostering resilience and delivering sustained benefit for Pacific SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, the floor is yours.
I thought I was jumping the queue, but happy to go now. I want to say thank you to Gita and the IEO team for the hard work in conducting all of the evaluations. In relation to the Pacific SIDS evaluation, we both welcome and support the recommendation and the management response. And thank you for Gita and Asha for the presentation. I note the evaluation comments that Pacific SIDS face unique environmental and development challenges. These are nations that are particularly vulnerable to climate change impacts, biodiversity loss and disasters while grappling with limited institutional capacity and geographic isolation. I also note that the report indicates that between 1991 and 2023, the GEF has channeled over 528 million into 140 projects for Pacific SIDS, so that is significant. We support the GEF's work, including through GEF 8, to enable significant progress in GEF programmatic approaches in Pacific SIDS and the positive results achieved. As an aside, at the Global Nature Positive Summit in Sydney this October, the GEF delegation met with Pacific representatives, including ministers, and heard firsthand the severe capacity constraints facing SIDS and the need for the GEF to increase support efforts in support to Pacific SIDS. These discussions reinforce the evaluation findings, particularly the need for the GEF to increasingly support capacity to those countries. As an example of the need for increased support, the evaluation identifies the results framework deficiencies and resulting direct implications. They limit the ability to demonstrate program impact, hinder adaptive management responses, and complicate approaches to aggregate and compare results across the portfolio. The situation is particularly challenging in Pacific SIDS, where limited institutional capacity further constrains the collection analysis of complex environmental and social indicators. I particularly welcome the recommendation to enhance recognition of the benefits of effectively combining traditional knowledge with modern approaches in providing stronger prospects for sustained outcomes, and encourage the GEF to further explore means for expanding this practice. We stress the importance of drawing on traditional knowledge and emphasise the significant contribution of Indigenous peoples in addressing shared regional and global challenges. Regarding the GEF response to IEO recommendation 3, we'd be interested in understanding how this is a barrier to leveraging existing governance structures, traditional knowledge and community engagement to ensure sustained project benefits, and if measures have been considered to ameliorate this. I also strongly support the GEF expanding its partnership to include Pacific organisations and support greater national and regional accreditation. However, I do caution against an excessive focus on regional approaches and partnerships. While these are important, we need to also recognise the significant diversity across the Pacific region. And lastly, I'd also encourage the GEF to engage directly with countries and give consideration to targeted direct access as part of a comprehensive approach. This would also be a positive step towards addressing agency concentration concerns in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I apologize that my chat moved and you were next, but Abby, I see that you're next in line, so apologize for skipping you. Abby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi. No apology needed. It's hard to keep track of all of the various messages we get in these settings. So the sun is high in Washington, D.C., which means it's very low in Asia. So I'm going to try and be very quick and just express our appreciation for the thoughtful approach from IEO and the thoughtful management response. We're pleased to see progress in the GEF programmatic approaches since the last GEF evaluation, and we appreciated that both of these evaluations were structured in a way that really kind of looked at what had been going on in the past and then addressed the different replenishment cycles. And we encourage GEF to keep working on the inclusion agenda and integrated programs. But as I think Richard said, you know, integrated programs and regional programs may not always be, you know, they need to be balanced with other types of programs. I mean, it's clear that the Pacific SIDS, you know, are a unique part of the world, and there are particular challenges that they face and other SIDS face that GEF needs and others need to find ways to help them address. And I don't know that this would be a question for IEO, but as we think about the replenishment, it may be worth giving some thought to whether there are other institutional models that other organizations have that have kind of been effective in helping you know, serve the needs and demands of the Pacific SIDS. And like Australia, I think you know, we'd be open to considering in the future adding agencies who might have experience in the Pacific and could be able to help deliver programming effectively and that's responsive to the needs of the area. And with that, I'll just close. Thanks so much for everyone's work on this evaluation.
Thank you very much, Abby. I'll now give the floor to Joko. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Indeed, it's actually moon is very high in Japan. So, but we'll continue anyways. Japan appreciates the evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific Small Islands development states and management response. We welcome the highlight of the issues, not only about the Pacific SIDS, but related to LDCs and other developing countries. Past Council emphasized on more resource allocation for SIDS, and we expect the GEF investment to materialize the results while utilizing it effectively and efficiently. We welcome the management response to the recommendation 1, enhance coordination and collaboration to maximize development impact and resource efficiency. As the IEO points out that key opportunities exist to strengthen external coherence through expanded partnerships among GEF agencies and other development partners working in the Pacific. This recommendation should be taken into further consideration. As recommendation 3 points out, the necessity for robust institutional capacity development, The GEF should consider establishing a mechanism to invite other development partners with local capacity building experiences to collaborate further with the current implementing agencies in order to overcome the delay in project implementation. We expect further discussion on these points at the upcoming GEF 9 replenishment process. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Joko. We will now continue with Sofia. Floor is yours.
Sorry, I had my microphone off. So thank you very much, Naomi, and thank you for these document, the management response, and all the presentation from our side. We are pleased to see more in depth, like the specific challenges on access for Pacific SIDS, and I think that we could move forward on seeing how those can be better addressed. From our side, also like to say that we are really looking forward for the document that will be coming on Caribbean SIDS, which is also very important for our region, being from Latin America and the Caribbean, so that we can address access issues in a comprehensive ways. Obviously, and reminding that like we will also have to in the framework of the GEF 9 replenishment, we will also see and focus on the global environment benefits, right, that we are meant to achieve, and this goes beyond certain groups, but with developing countries or recipient countries GEF serves. But like access issues, I think that are critical specifically for SIDS and LDCs and others that we think it's very important that we can address. Also on the expansion, on the targeted expansion of agencies. This is something that it's not only within the GEF, but also a commitment we made in at least under the UNFCCC last year, I think. So this is something that we also look favorably to. So this is just to support and to really encourage that we can make access as easy as possible, so that we ensure that all recipient countries are able to access and make use of the resources allocated. But in our case, we also believe that the allocation discussion is different from this one, and should be more focusing on the environment benefits and taking all these variables into account, but others will come here. So thank you very much, and great to see this progress.
Thank you very much, Sofia. So now I will turn it back to the IEO for any reactions, and then now we will continue with Asha before we come back to the speakers. So Gita, back to you.
Thank you. I think there was only one question, comment relevant for us in terms of looking at some other institutional models. And I think we'll do that in the context of the Caribbean SIDS evaluation. So that was it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gita. So Asha, back to you to the management response of the comments.
Thank you, Noemi. Thank you so much for the positive feedback, comments, suggestions. Certainly we are at a very pivotal moment to explore many of the suggestions made as we go into GEF 9. On a few specific questions, one was on incorporating traditional knowledge in project design. We already have a stakeholder engagement policy, which provides us countries with an opportunity and provides guidance to countries on how to incorporate various inputs from relevant stakeholders at the local level in project design, as well as throughout implementation. We are strengthening our work on IPLCs as well. And again, in GEF 9, there is an opportunity to do more on that. On capacity building, as you know, the GEF is country demand driven, and the GEFSEC has little overall leverage on the specific detail and actions in projects in terms of who receives capacity building and in what format. We, of course, provide guidance, upstream support on this, but these kinds of details happen during implementation and are within the remit of country stakeholders. On the expansion of agencies, of course, we recognize the complexities of this, and the details of that we will start to discuss in the paper, I believe, tomorrow on the partnership, and of course in GEF 9. I'll hand over to, in case my manager, Fred, has any additional comments. I think we're okay. Okay, thank you so much, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Asha. So I'll now continue back to the list of speakers, starting with Stéphane, representing France. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Noemi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As you can guess from the pictures behind me, I'm going to switch to French. So, je ne vais pas insister sur l'importance des pays insulaires du Pacifique, à quel point ils sont vulnérables au changement climatique et à la dégradation de l'environnement. Richard et Abby l'ont très bien fait avant moi, et donc je soutiens tout ce qu'ils ont dit à cet égard. Et j'en profite aussi pour féliciter les progrès accomplis par le GEF dans cette géographie. S'agissant du rapport lui-même, nous l'accueillons favorablement et nous soutenons toutes ses recommandations. Sans les reprendre une à une, j'insisterai peut-être davantage sur la première recommandation, à savoir la coordination entre les différentes agences de développement et leur alignement avec les priorités des pays récipiendaires. C'est quelque chose de très important pour nous que nous portons dans toutes les agences de développement dont nous sommes actionnaires, et c'est aussi une approche qui est au cœur des country packages que nous avons contractés avec un certain nombre de pays, notamment la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée. Sur une note peut-être un petit peu plus critique, nous regrettons que la dimension accès n'ait pas reçu davantage d'attention dans ce rapport. C'est quelque chose auquel les pays insulaires, notamment du Pacifique, sont très attentifs. Ils nous le disent notamment à l'occasion de chacune des COP, et ce point a d'ailleurs été rappelé par Sophia juste avant moi. Alors, à cet égard, il est vrai que le rapport propose quelques pistes, notamment l'élargissement de la base des agences de mise en œuvre. C'est quelque chose que nous sommes prêts à soutenir et que nous considérons tout à fait favorablement. Mais clairement, ce ne permettra pas de traiter l'intégralité du sujet. Et de ce point de vue-là, nous aurions aimé que le rapport creuse un petit peu davantage la question, en complément de ce que nous souhaitons aussi engager à moyen terme, qui est la question de l'allocation des ressources. Donc ça, c'est une discussion que nous aurons plus tard dans le cadre de GEF 9. Mais là aussi, nous souhaitons que cette dimension, la dimension vulnérabilité, soit bien davantage prise en compte pour justement davantage traiter ces pays insulaires, notamment dans le Pacifique. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. Cam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to also take this opportunity to thank the IEO for this work as a roadmap going forward. You know, these evaluations are really important as they do give us an evidence-based lens to reflect, learn, and assess if we're meeting our goals. So we're fully supportive of the recommendations and are pleased to see that the GEF programs in SID programming is aligning with regional priorities. I actually did have a list of questions. It was more for the Secretariat that as they think through how to implement, you know, so this evaluation is the what, the how is important. So in the interest of time, I'll share that in writing. So just maybe just ending with two quick comments is, the first is that we're really looking forward to working with the Secretariat to consider how we can further use the country engagement strategies to improve the learning and engagement opportunities for Indigenous peoples, youth, and the private sector. And then just lastly, this evaluation doesn't consider GEF 8 programming, and we'd welcome any feedback from the Secretariat on where they see the most effective areas of intervention for GEF 9, knowing that we also have areas that we're interested in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cam. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And also many thanks to Gita and the IEO team for this assessment, and to Asha for presenting the management response. It's very much appreciated. Our constituency welcomes the report, and we fully support the recommendations. In particular, we note the findings on the challenges related to the sustainability of GEF investments, and that this tends to be rooted in low institutional capacity and also in limited financial mechanisms. And just to keep it short, going into the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations, we believe that this will be crucial for the GEF partnership to continue working on identifying measures to strengthen institutional capacity, especially in recipient countries that are in special contexts, such as the Pacific SIDS, to ensure more sustainable results and durability beyond project closure. And finally, as suggested by Australia and others, we would also be supportive of including additional GEF agencies with specific regional experience and capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Annette, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. Also in particular to Gita and her team and the GEF management responses. Asha, thank you. We very much welcome the evaluation and the response to it, and in particular the plan of the Secretariat to assess the current GEF program in the SIDS and to improve them in GEF 9. For us, this is particularly important because we all know, and several before me have mentioned it, that the SIDS are amongst the most vulnerable countries to climate change and biodiversity loss and waste pollution, and must be a key goal for GEF 9 to maximize our support to them. And actually for Germany, that's particularly important because, as Franz just mentioned, we on a regular basis discuss on a high level, political level, with the SIDS about their need for enhanced access and quick and easy access because of the low capacity for SIDS. And we therefore have made the strategic decision to actually expand our financing for SIDS through multilateral channels instead of bilateral, and in order not to enhance the already existing fragmentation, as we know, of implementing agencies on the ground. So for us, this means we need to put money where our mouth is, which we are doing. I'm going to announce that under the SCCF session. But it also means that the money we put through the multilateral channels actually need to be effective and impactful. So we take note with concern that the stability, sustainability of GEF programs in SIDS remains a major challenge, especially given the sustainability of funding resources. So I encourage others to do their bit. However, we also noted that it appears that decentralized projects that engage local management and integrate traditional knowledge offer reasons for hope, and we encourage the Secretariat to further promote such projects. We particularly regret that coordination and collaboration across GEF agencies and other development partners like the GCF and the EU remains low. I know that's extremely difficult to do in a region like the SIDS, where there's thousands and thousands of kilometers of water between individual countries. And having lived on a very small Pacific island for a year and done my PhD research in this region, I know what I'm talking about, but still it's an absolute must that we do the coordination and get it right. So maybe a possibility is for the Secretariat to consider integrating SIDS programs into the Climate Fund's Joint Action Plan and encourage GEF agencies to closely coordinate around the project proposals. And yes, I heard that it's needs to be a balance between regional and national approaches, and I can fully support that. We are also concerned that the evaluation highlights weaknesses in monitoring and evaluation, such as misalignment between the program level and child project indicators. Standardized and context-sensitive indicators across child projects would be an important step and should be integrated into GEF 9 as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Gabriela, you're next, but we saw your written question, so we will address accordingly. So Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Naomi, and my apologies for coming back in again. I'd rather not. I'd rather be going to sleep. I just wanted to pick up on one point from Asha in relation to the recommendation 3A, the Secretariat partially agreeing with that on the basis that achieving realistic objectives aligned to local institutional capacities is limited because the capacity to influence countries and them being demand-driven. I think that's a contestable point. The feedback we've received, and certainly in the discussions at the Global Nature Positive Summit, where Carlos Manuel and delegation were having those discussions, the feedback was very clear that there is a need there, but clearly that's not being communicated at a project level. So what I'd implore the GEFSEC to do is sort of take more responsibility, that there needs to be further outreach and engagement with the Pacific SIDS to better understand their needs, rather than passively saying, well, they're not asking, therefore we can't give. I think there needs to be more a proactive engagement with the countries to actually understand those needs and then assess how well the GEF can fulfill those the requirements, because clearly there's a disconnect, and taking a passive approach is not going to solve the problem, given the significance of the problems that have been identified in the evaluation. So I just wanted to reinforce that point, and it's one that I think we need to follow up on going forward. And I would not be surprised if significant or similar findings come through the Caribbean evaluation as well, where I suspect there's going to be similar disconnect. So I just wanted to reinforce that point, and if the Secretary could reconsider how they look at that and engage in relation to the demand-driven approaches and how that demand can be managed to achieve a mutually reinforcing outcome for countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So I believe this concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see. So I will revert back to you, Gita, to the IEO, and then to the management.
I thank you very much, Naomi. I didn't see many comments for the IEO, but I do see Richard's point, and and of course it's within the mandate of the GEFSEC to respond, but that's exactly how we felt when we drafted this recommendation. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gita and your team. I'll now give the floor to Asha, followed by Fred. Asha, floor is yours.
Followed by Carlos Manuel, please.
Followed by Carlos Manuel. Yeah.
Thank you, Noemi. I will come in on one or two points, and then I'll hand over to Carlos Manuel. On the comment from Canada on GEF 9, we certainly hope to be building on what we have done already for SIDS in terms of IPs. As you know, we have a Blue and Green Islands IP in GEF 8, and there's an opportunity to explore this avenue on additional support to SIDS. We will also hear from donors at the first replenishment meeting, and we're looking at building on the work we've done on the country engagement strategy to provide more support to countries and OFPs directly in terms of their capacity needs. There was a comment on the, I believe from Germany, on the multi-tiered indicator system. This is something that we're already doing, certainly through the Blue and Green Islands IP, and of course we will continue to do this. I'll now hand over to Carlos Manuel to address the follow-up points, or Sonja?
Thank you, Asha. Thank you, Asha, and thanks, IO, dear council members, for addressing multiple important topics. I want to react to a couple of things. One is what Richard mentioned with regards to the Nature Positive Conference organized in Sydney. I was, and I am very thankful with Australian Minister Tanya Plibersek that helped facilitate a high-level political dialogue with 8 ministers from the South Pacific Islands. After that conversation that I had in Sydney, I follow up with OASIS and other South Pacific and Caribbean ministers doing the 3 COPs, Cali, Baku, and Riyadh. And 3 elements came very clear to me out of them. One has to do with just capacity building, the limited capacities to really perform, engage, and be able to maximize and optimize the GEF resources. And this is something that we've been discussing internally with regards to the CES budget and what we should be reflecting in the CES budget in GEF 9. I want to inform council members that you all took a great decision in June 2023 when we approved the institutional budget with the assignment of a couple of $1 million to the knowledge management. The knowledge management has been a key element that has been kind of conceptually revamped in the context of the GEF Secretariat reform. We see the knowledge management much more than optimizing the knowledge and the generation of positive outcomes across the GEF portfolio, but we see it as an opportunity to narrow multiple gaps. And one very clear gap that I saw in Cali was the fact that the CBD operational focal point doesn't know us that well. So we will be investing and making proposals through the CS in GEF 9 on training, but also on expanding on our capacity to do better outreach across all stakeholders within the conventions that we represent. Otherwise, they will continue that tendency of having dedicated funds to each convention, which will only fragment the ODA and will limit our capacities for long-lasting positive impacts and results. So training was brought to my attention. The second element that was brought to my attention by the SEEDS has to do with the agencies, and it was mentioned today. They felt that they had limited possibilities to engage with regional and local agencies, and that most of the agencies they work with are U.S. agencies with their headquarters in Geneva or in New York. So we're very sensitive to that one element. And the third element is that even though in the last replenishment, there was a great decision to increase the floors of the seats, which, by the way, that meant that the star allocation increased in between 50 to 100% against the average, which was around 30% to the rest of the non-seed recipient countries of the GEF. They are willing to make the case, and we at the Secretariat were very sensitive with this and supportive with the changing of the GDP per capita index in the STAR system into a vulnerability index, which is a conversation that we started in the last replenishment, and now we got much more elements to do an objective discussion on these elements. So these are the 3 elements that were brought to our attention. Now, in terms of today's agenda item, I would like to ask Sonja to give us give the consult on how we are going to proceed with our position as the Secretariat. Over to you. Thank you so much, and thanks, Richard, for the support and the facilitation that you and your minister gave us to engage in this very productive conversation that, as I said, continued throughout the COPs, giving us a lot of input and feedback on things that we need to bring to discussions in the next replenishment. Over to you, Sonja.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. It's my first time to address you, so it's very nice to see all of the familiar faces and also to welcome the new ones. On this particular evaluation, I mean, as many of you know, I'm actually from the SIDS, from the Caribbean SIDS, but the SIDS nonetheless. And obviously we share many similar characteristics and challenges. So I always take a personal interest in what the IO has to say about the SIDS. And from that perspective, I have personally greatly appreciated this evaluation. So what I wanted to address is Gabriella's written comment, which was also supplemented by Richard. As you all know, country drivenness is the cornerstone of the GEF and what we do. And of course, we have the ability to do further outreach and capacity building in all of the SIDS, as Richard wants, as Richard suggests. And indeed, we've been doing that through the GEF 8 country engagement strategy, which is actually reflected very well in the scorecard that was just published, which shows the extent of our activities in general through country engagement, as well as, you know, in a map that shows how we engage geographically and also in other fora. So the GEF actually just participated in a 3-day training of national focal points together with GCF and Adaptation Fund. This was organized by the UNFCCC on climate issues and access to climate funds. This workshop was organized in Fiji and we saw the participation of 10 South Pacific islands. So all of this to say that we don't take a passive approach to capacity building in the Pacific SIDS or in SIDS in general or in capacity building in general. Rather, we have a very active approach, both through our own activities and through joint activities with other funds as relevant. However, the extent of our outreach and the extent of the uptake of that outreach is to some extent based on country context. So the partial agreement to two subcomponents of that one recommendation was to provide that particular caveat. So in this case, we're not disagreeing with what the IEO is saying. We're just providing that caveat since we think that some of what is being asked, we can't 100% do. We will aim to 100% do it, but there may be some cases where this is not fully in our control. So we do plan to fully implement all of the recommendations, including the ones to which we have partially agreed, but our partial agreement reflects our deference to the country ownership of decisions on GEF investments. Ultimately, we make suggestions, we give advice, we give guidance and counsel, but it is up to countries to include or not in particular projects. And finally, as a general procedural point, I mean, I know we have had these conversations at earlier councils as well, in terms of agreement, partial agreement, and disagreement, even though we've never disagreed. And I've said before, and I'll say again, that I do think, you know, it is the basis of a healthy relationship to sometimes have some disagreements. In this case, it's not a disagreement, it's a partial agreement. And all we have tried to do is to provide some boundaries to our full agreement, just to reflect factors that we think are not 100% in our control. And this is so that when the time comes, when we are judged against our uptake of these recommendations and agreements in the IEO's management action record, as per the usual process we have with the evaluation office and with council, we will aim to implement the recommendations 100%, but we do have the ability to reflect at that point that this was not possible 100% due to factors that may not have been in our control. So in conclusion, we're going to aim to fully implement and, you know, we will hopefully be successful in that, but we do recognize that there will be some cases where that may not happen and hence our partial agreement.
Over to you, co-chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for Aisha and the rest of the team for the presentation, and also the council members for all the contribution with respect to this agenda item. I will now invite the council to adopt the decision that is included in this document, GEF/C68 06. I don't see any hands, so the decision is adopted. Thank you so much for your time And I don't, maybe I may need something from Naomi. Can we, looking at the time, is it possible to proceed on agenda item number 10?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So we still have quorum in the floor. So I would just ask Council, we have one remaining agenda item of the IEO, which is the results-based management systems and the management response. So I would maybe ask the Council whether you would agree if we will finish with the IEO presentations for today, as we still have quorum. Thank you, Laura. We see your comment. I don't see any other comments in the floor. So with that said, Mr. Co-Chair, I believe we can proceed with the last agenda item for today.
Okay, and I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the councilmen. I know it is not easy. Some of them are almost deep early morning, but I think it's a just cause. So in that, I would like us to proceed on agenda item number 10, which is the evaluation of components of GEF's results-based management system and the management response. On that note, I will also invite Mr. Fabrizio Feloni from the GEF IO, okay, to introduce the document GEF/E/C6803, evaluation of components of GEF results-based management system. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And at this point, thank you all council members and others for staying on and encouraging the IEO with your participation. I'm going to hand over at this point to our new deputy, Fabrizio, to moderate this last evaluation that we're presenting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair, distinguished council members and participants. The evaluation that we're going to present, the evaluation of the components of a GEF result-based management or RBM system, assessed the key elements of the RBM, including, notably, the performance of the GEF portal, the results measurement framework, the self-evaluations, the reporting on results, and M&E arrangements for activities in fragile, conflict, and violence context. My colleague, Neeraj Negi, who led this evaluation, will now present the main findings and conclusions. And let me also acknowledge the contribution to this evaluation by Mariana Serbon and Janine Garcia, among other members of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio. In this evaluation, among other things, we assess the extent to which GEF portal is effectively meeting the needs of the GEF partnership. The GEF portal continues to be a work in progress. During GEF 8, the portal has adapted to the GEF 8 programming, has reflected new council decisions, and included activities of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. There has been progress in automating business processes, alerts, and validations. However, areas for improvement include a need for stepping up user-friendliness and data access for agencies. Examples of challenges include unclear error messages during auto-validation of data entry or the limited ability to upload geolocation data. We took a detailed look at the results management framework for GEF 8, including the changes made since GEF 7. We note several improvements, such as clarification of core indicators, updated guidance for measurement of results and performance indicators, yet several gaps still need to be addressed, such as including the ability to effectively capture systemic and transformative changes, which underpins the GEF 8 programming directions. Further, methodologies to measure efficiency indicators, such as timeliness of first disbursement or submission of midterm reviews, would benefit from a revisit. For instance, we note that the current GEF approach, which uses the year when the actions are tracked, tends to overestimate the share of projects that meet midterm review submission thresholds. This does not accurately reflect actual performance trends and should ideally be based on project endorsement dates. The evaluation of GEF RBM system conducted in 2021 pointed to a significant gap in availability of midterm reviews. This has improved, and we find that because of retroactive submissions, the availability of midterm reviews for the completed full-size projects has increased substantially from 43% to 74%. Further, the availability of midterm reviews for the recent cohorts ranges between 78% to 95% for completed projects. However, submission of midterm reviews within 4 years of CO endorsement continues to remain a challenge, and only between roughly a third and half of the projects meet the threshold. Terminal evaluations submitted by agencies are an important source of performance information. We at the IEO regularly review the quality of these evaluations to ensure reliability. From our sample, quality of 77% of terminal evaluations for full-size projects is rated satisfactory or higher. Terminal evaluations submitted by the World Bank, UNEP, UNDP, and FAO for full-size projects are closely aligned with the GEF IEO guidance. In fact, most agencies also apply this guidance in the evaluations for mid-size projects. These reports include good information on outcomes and sustainability. However, there is scope for improving quality in incorporating stakeholder feedback, explaining the assumptions underpinning the theory of change, and reasons for variations in co-financing. Concerns about being candid in reporting remains an issue. We assess the design of GEF project framework to determine how well they capture key results and whether achievement on specified indicators is reported at completion. A review of 122 completed GEF 6 and GEF 7 projects revealed 79% of objectives and outcomes had sufficient indicators to measure achievement. Achievement was reported against specified indicators in 88% of cases, with slightly better performance for core indicators. A special review of M&E in FCV context. Recipient countries in FCV context represent 26% of GEF recipients and 20% of STAR allocations. Monitoring and evaluation in these contexts merits tailored M&E approaches, as achieving results often takes longer, and tracking process outcomes is as important as monitoring other outcomes. We examined corporate-level measures adopted by the GEF and its agencies, as well as project-level arrangements in 24 GEF projects within FCV contexts. Currently, M&E requirements for FCV contexts are primarily addressed through environmental and social safeguards, the risk appetite framework, and core indicators. The MET tracking tool also includes aspects of social cohesion, conflict resolution, and cooperation. However, these frameworks fall short in capturing feasible results specific to FCV contexts. For instance, they do not nudge agencies to include process-oriented indicators better suited to such settings or indicators to measure contributions to conflict mitigation. GEF agencies, including FAO, UNDP, and World Bank, have proactively developed measures to address FCV contexts, demonstrating a growing understanding of FCV challenges. These measures include conflict analysis, integrating FCV considerations into project theory of change, and using conflict-sensitive indicators to capture qualitative changes. There is a need, however, to apply these approaches more consistently across projects. Thank you.
Based on the findings and the conclusion of the report, the evaluation formulates 4 key recommendations. First, review the metrics for portfolio effectiveness and efficiency to ensure alignment with the ongoing reforms. Second recommendation, enhance the results measurement framework to better track and report on systemic and transformative changes. And as we've seen in the presentation, these transformative changes underpin the GEF 8 programming decisions. Third recommendation, improve the user-friendliness of a GEF portal by prioritizing functionality and features. For example, it's important to clarify data entry error source, provide submission notification, and improve the ease of data upload. Fourth recommendation, develop targeted guidance for M&E practices in fragile conflict and violence context, and ensure that relevant indicators are included in project design. And here, for example, it's very important to include process indicators. Thank you for your attention. Now back to the co-chair.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio, for the presentation. And I will now also invite Jonathan Caldicott and Mr. Cyril Iplit to introduce document GEF/C6808 management response to the evaluation of the components of GEF results-based management system. The floor is yours, Jonathan and Mr. Iplit.
Thanks very much, Co-Chair. I'll respond on behalf of the Secretariat. And I'd like to thank the IO for this timely evaluation. It's on some pretty important aspects of results measurement and management here at the GEF. We value the recommendations. We appreciate the recognition of our efforts to strengthen results management, portfolio management, and the usability of the GEF portal. As a partnership, our primary goal is to support countries in achieving meaningful, measurable outcomes that address the planet's most pressing challenges. So I'm pleased to share that we agree with all four of the recommendations presented in the evaluation. Recommendation A on refining the metrics, we concur with the need to refine indicators for portfolio effectiveness and efficiency. And we expect to integrate these into future results measurement frameworks. This may include approaches to tracking the implementation of streamlining measures as well, as we heard this morning. While we fully agree with the recommendation, I want to clarify why there's only partial agreement with the associated guidance to the recommendation. So first, the evaluation suggests lifting the method of measuring timeliness by grouping projects into cohorts based on their year of CEO endorsement. While that approach has merits, we believe the current streamlined method in the current GEF 8 RMF, tracking the annual milestones across all projects, is more effective for ongoing portfolio management and for annual reporting. And then second, we recognize the value of cohort-based analyses for specific purposes, and we'll continue to consider them as complementary to our existing approach, as we demonstrated in the recent analyses presented to Council as part of the development of the streamlining measures. To recommendation B on tracking systemic and transformative changes, we fully agree with the importance of enhancing our ability to measure and track systemic and transformative changes. And the time has come to move in this ambitious direction, and that's reflected in the management response. Recommendation C on user-friendly elements in the portal. We acknowledge the need for that, and we'll focus on improving accessibility and navigation. And we expect there'll be a proposal to this end to be included in the admin budget for 2026. Recommendation D on strengthening monitoring and evaluation in fragile and conflict-affected situations. We agree that guidance is important. We have developed and recently posted on the website some practical guidance on this. That can be found on the GEF website under the policy and guideline page, even though it's a guidance and not a guideline per se. So to conclude, just let me reiterate that we are committed to using this evaluation to further enhance the results-based management. We've set a clear timeline for the implementation of each recommendation. I think I will leave it at that in the interest of time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brief response. I think now I'll invite council members for questions and comments with respect to this presentation, and this will be guided by the Secretary of the Council. So Naomi, can you facilitate that process? Yeah.
Certainly, Mr. Co-Chair. So now the floor is open. I don't see anyone requesting the floor. Faisal from the CSO network, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Anders is before me.
Thanks for that, Faisal. This chat, when people start to come in, it moves, so thanks for that. Anders, you were first, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a few brief comments. We certainly welcome the report and the evaluations, very useful ahead of GEF 9. One thing we were very glad to see in the formulations around one of the conclusions is that was formulated that it's critical that the GEF as an environment fund shall work with sustainability related results on a systematic level. We very much agree with this, and this must also be a very prioritized focus ahead. We particularly welcome that the midterm reviews have increased. It's very clear that the midterm reviews contribute to a reduced initial risk during the project cycle, and we note at the same time that medium-sized projects might need a bit more attention as they have lower MTR rates. We also note the tendency of optimistic self-evaluations at earlier stage, which may then subsequently affect the findings of the terminal evaluation, and this is also something which is important to look more at ahead of GEF 9. Evidently, we are very much welcoming formulations on clear explanations on variations in co-finance within the largest implementing agencies. And finally, Sweden supports that the GEF should handle FCV context through targeted advice for monitoring and evaluation in point 115. We would actually welcome increased flexibility in FCV contexts to reprogram in view of obtaining sustainable long-term results while taking into account staff security when necessary. And this is something we could discuss at a later occasion, building on the previous evaluation office reports specifically on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders and Faisal. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Just before I make the statement, I'd just like to highlight that the statements that we'll be making today and during the council are based on the contribution from many of our members across the world, and we thank them for their inputs to this process. We would like to welcome the evaluation of GEF's result-based management systems and the GEF management response. We do see that the IEO evaluation has shown significant progress in the results-based management system in terms of accountability, operational efficiency, and impact measurement. However, we do believe that there are, as highlighted, various areas that need to be enhanced to ensure future adaptability to the changing situation for GEF. We do see a number of strengths highlighted with the progress in the outcome measurement and incorporation of theories of change and attention to fragile and conflict affected situations are important advances. However, this could also be complemented by indicators that reflect the knowledge and experience of local stakeholders. We note the use of the GEF portal as a central management tool, but we do see the strong notes for enhancing and improving the portal effectiveness, as also discussed under the streamlining agenda. Specific guidance for fragile and conflict situations is important, but this needs to be further disseminated and brought to the engagement of stakeholders. We've identified several possible opportunities in the future, such as incorporation of systemic transformation indicators, which can capture not only the direct outcome of projects, but also their long-term systemic impacts on social cohesion, environmental resilience, and livelihood. And we also think, in addition to the specific recommendations on the portal, that providing key information based on the analytics in the portal for a broader stakeholder audience, including civil society, may be an important strategy in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. Lauren, on behalf of Norway and Denmark, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and the apologies sent by Jonas, who had to leave, but I will share our comments on this very important evaluation. We found it very interesting, and we thank the GEF Secretariat for its management response and for the IEO for this evaluation, and we can approve the management response. We note the gaps identified in the GEF's current results management framework, and especially the fact that transformative and long-term impacts are not effectively captured. We look forward to a GEF 9 RBM framework that addresses these issues and encourage the GEF to look at other funds and how they measure and report the results. We would like to ask the IEO if it could suggest incentives or measures that the Secretariat could introduce to ensure more candid reporting and complete reporting on core indicators. Also, what can the IEO say about GEF's reporting on achieved results and how these are presented in the annual monitoring reports? Can you provide any advice or recommendations on how reporting on actual results can be strengthened and better communicated? How has that shift, for example, taken place, and how does it impact GEF's RBM work? And to the Secretariat, the issue of the quality of the achieved results is important to our constituency. How does the Secretariat plan on improving the quality and solidity of such reporting in GEF 9? Finally, we appreciate the new guidance issued by the Secretariat for work in FCV context, and we recommend that the impact of this guidance be revisited by the IEO at a later date. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren, and thank you, Avi, for your written comments in the chat, well received. So we will now continue with Wampi, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And also I will be quick. Welcome the evaluation and the Secretary's response so very much. Thanks for that. Then we agree also that with the Secretariat that the evaluation is timely and very useful and constructive. So we're happy with that. And also agree that early on we had, of course, a discussion on the streamlining of the GEF profit cycle. And I think that is a really important step forward, that all the elements that are there covers in part also the recommendations of the independent evaluation unit. So we see scope there to continue the work on that. So look forward to the discussion of the new proposal tomorrow. That's it.
Many thanks, Wampi, and I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So IEO, yeah, Fabrizio, Gita, back to you, and then I'll give the floor to Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Very useful comments. I will straight away get to Lauren's remarks on from Norway. We have started presenting actual results in the annual performance report. And we're happy to note that the GEFSEC has also started reporting on actual results and not just expected results of the portfolio in their monitoring report. Verification of these results are done by us when we do field visits, as well as in GEF 9, our plan is to step up field validation of results. Because right now we rely quite a bit on the terminal evaluations provided by the agencies, but we recognize the need to actually do more ground verification of results, and that will be part of our office's strategy in GEF 9. On incentives for candid reporting, I think this is something that could come both from the GEF Secretariat, from Carlos Manuel, as well as from the Council, to ensure that projects that fail are not reprimanded for failure, right? So there has to be a culture to promote sharing of lessons from projects that have not succeeded. And if you note, for the first time in the history of the GEF, the IO presented an evaluation last time called Learning from Challenges. We used a euphemistic term because we didn't want to call it learning from failure, but was actually learning from projects that did not achieve the outcomes they had set out to achieve. So yes, there are ways. And in fact, one thing that we would like to introduce from the IEO side, with the council committee and represented by the GEFSEC, is an award for well-done evaluations. Well-done evaluations could mean projects that have not succeeded, but are well evaluated, as well as projects that could have succeeded. So I think from our side, we are going to step up efforts to encourage candid reporting, but we would appreciate support from both the council as well as from the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gita. I'll now give the floor to Jonathan for his reaction. Jonathan, floor is yours.
Sure. Thanks very much. Thanks to the comments from council members. I think there was one question for us on the quality of achieved results and how to improve the quality and the solidity of reporting in GEF 9. I mean, clearly this will be something that we will be developing as part of the policy package for GEF 9 and looking at the various options we can deploy. I mean, to mitigate the issue right now, we rely on a mix of different objective indicators, things like dispersed financing, the age of projects, as well as the qualitative ones, and those are the ratings that the agencies provide. So there's an element of triangulation that goes on within the Secretariat on overall portfolio progress, because no one single indicator can capture the performance. And there is also spot checking and review of the quality and accuracy of the results in MTRs. And I would just say to conclude on this one that we're also looking at how we beef up the Secretariat's portfolio monitoring and management capacity. I mean, at the moment, we've had in the past limited capacity to review the portfolio in its entirety and go into the details of projects, but we are enhancing that and looking at systems and people that we can use to generate that, and that includes more of engagement with the agencies on portfolio quality issues through the bilateral discussions that we have with them, and then regular ongoing engagement on portfolio quality. So let me just leave it at that. Thank you again for your comments.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And I believe this concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see in the chat. So back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Thank you very much to all council members and also the presenters for those wonderful contributions. So having had all the contributions, so I now will invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GEF/C6848. Having no objections, so the decision is adopted. Thank you so much for all your time and all the effort. I can now hand over the chair to the chair of the CEO.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dauda. Thanks to you, and thanks to Gita and all of our colleagues from IEO for these very productive sessions on multiple agenda items. Because of time, we were not able to address an important agenda item that has to do with the presentation of staff. So I'll pass it over. Yeah, sorry, Rosina. So I'll pass it over to Noemi, which will give us the guidance on how we will work tomorrow. On my side, thank you everyone for today's productive session, for staying a little bit more. And over to you, Noemi. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all the council for bearing with us and for your understanding and patience as we navigate the challenges presented by coordinating across multiple time zones for our virtual meetings. So tomorrow we will start at 7 a.m. Per the agenda, with discussions on relations with conventions and other international institutions, followed by the session with staff. Thank you, Rosina, for being with us tomorrow as well. After that, we will return to agenda item 12, strength of the partnerships coverage by agencies, and continue with our proceedings. Please note that adjustments to the agenda may be made as necessary for tomorrow and or Thursday. So we will keep you posted on that tomorrow. With that said, Sophia, I see that you have your hand up.
Just a brief question, and thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, also for those that are having very difficult time zones right now. Just a quick question. So then we would be starting tomorrow the same time we did today, or?
Tomorrow at 7 per the timetable. So as we're starting with conventions, we have already the confirmation of executive secretaries from the convention. So we will stick to that time in the interest of their participation. So any adjustment will be made after that session, but we will commence tomorrow at 7 a.m. per the agreed timetable.
And also, we need to remind everyone, Noemi, that we will be reaching out to council members with a proposed text with regards to the agenda item that was presented by Jonathan.
Correct. We will circulate the revised decision for the streamlining session, and we will also adjust the agenda to add a discussion for council consideration of the new decision. So I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, good night, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Noemi. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.